Ayan, magpiestang bayanihan na para sa paaralan. Ayan, tuluyan ngang nagsimula ang Brigada Eskwela 2021. At congratulations sa ating Social Mobilization and Networking Unit sa School Governance and Operations Division. Maraming salamat sa mga tumulong sa Curriculum Implementation Division sa Office of the Schools Division Superintendent. Ayan, makipiesta na. Kaya kung gusto nyong tumulong para sa paaralan, makipag-ugnayan lamang sa SOCMOB unit ng City Schools Division of Dasmariñas o pwede kayong kumontak sa ating Adopt a School Coordinator ng mga pampublikong paaralan. And you are back here sa ating Cluster 2 Research Plenum with the team Distance Education and Beyond. Nagulat ako, laki ng mukha ko kanina. Nakasama pa rin natin si Dr. John Nepomuceno, ang ating Public Schools District Supervisor sa Cluster 2. Alright, today is August 20th, 2021. Kayo po ay napapanood po kami dito sa Facebook Live and YouTube live stream. Alrighty, bagong background, bagong damit, yan, ready, medyo formal na formal para sa oral presentation ng ating mga presenters dito sa Cluster 2. At paalala muli, ayan, kung babasahin niyo po ang nasa chat box, paki-shout out po ang inyong mga paaralan. Mamaya tumutok lamang dahil kung may katanungan tayo, maaari kayong manalo ng prize na GCash mula sa ating DepEd Dasma Cluster 2. Muli, nagpapasalamat kami sa mga sponsor ng GCash, Doc John Nepomuceno, ang Madam Tess Manicio, ayan, ang ating Education Program Supervisor, ayan, ang Parent Supervisor natin sa Cluster 2. Siyempre, maraming salamat sa ating hepe sa CID, Dr. Gemma G. Cortez. Tingnan nga natin, medyo yung iba nagpe-prep pa, no, kasi yung mga presenters natin mula sa Brigada Eskwela, ngayon sila naman ang presenter at syempre gusto nila mapanood ang kanilang presentation, of course. Alright, tingnan muna natin ang mga shout out. Yan. From Ma'am Cherry, good luck sa kumari kong si Ann Lisa Peconio Alquisola at kay Ma'am LNHS Marwin Fabregas. All right. Good day, everyone, from Ma'am Salazar, and also Ma'am Ferranil is watching. Nasaan kaya ang mga paaralan ng Cluster 2? Tignan ko nga. Makapag-release nga tayo ng GCash uli. Ayan. From Ma'am Buena, good afternoon po. Ala, tignan mo, Doc Jan. Mula pa sa SDO Calamba City, nanonood Kapayapaan Integrated School. Good afternoon. Hello, Ma'am Angela Rotoni. Maraming salamat all the way from SDO Calamba City. Eto, may mga nakikita na akong mga paaralan. Nandirito na ang mga taga Humayaw Elementary School. Ayan po, si Ma'am Santa Sera from Humayaw. Aba, nangunguna ang Humayaw, ha? Eileen Perio, nandirito na rin po. Ayan, habang nagpe-prep ang ating mga presenters. Alright. May nakita na akong Tagalangkaan National High School. Si Ma'am Raquel Ann Bautista, sinundan ni, ano po ba to? Sir Rocky Juliano Bautista ng Langkaan National High School. Ang daming Humayaw, ha? Pa-shoutout po sa principal namin, Ma'am Bay Alcaide. Hello, Ma'am Bay! And to all the teachers of Humayaw Elementary School. Pinapaalala ko po sa lahat na tayo ay napapanood Facebook at YouTube. Ayan, publicly. Okay? Andito na rin po ang VP VMS, Sir Boy. Ang galing mo sumayaw kanina, ha? Ganyan-ganyan ka pa, ha? Ma'am Tubog ng PAL2 Integrated High School ay nandirito rin. Wow! Maraming salamat sa kayo ay nanonood dito sa research plenum ng Cluster 2. Marami tayong matututunan dito. Paano ba nila na-present ang kanilang mga research na topic, no? From Edilberto S. Legaspi, nandirito na rin po. Siyempre, Sir Ren, suporta sa aming researchers. Ma'am Alcaide, maraming salamat, Inay. Ayan. Andirito na, dumarami na ang mga taga Edilberto. Nanonood din ang mga taga San Nicolas, Ma'am Mary Corbeza, Langkaan Elementary School, Ma'am Janet Codot. Ayan, nasa na mga presenters natin. Kung nanonood na ang ating mga presenters, please type 1 sa ating chat box. Yan, Ma'am Kamay, good luck. Ma'am Eds and Sir Mark, yeah, good luck. Ayan. Ma'am Modesto, good afternoon po. Watching from Edilberto S. Legaspi Integrated High School. Type 1 po sa mga presenters kung nandirito na kayo. Alright. Excited na tayo sa GCash. Sige nga, magtatanong ako ng isa para sa panibagong GCash. Ayan na, si Sir Rocky Bautista nandirito na. Si Sir Cadavedo, nandirito na mga presenters natin. Ma'am Marian, Ma'am Melanie, Ma'am Melinda, Ma'am Micaela Salazar. Sige, tingnan natin. Mamimigay tayo uli ng prize sa GCash. Ready na ba sa mga katanungan? Reminder, meron tayong 5 to 10 second delay. So make sure to refresh your YouTube. Kung nanonood kayo sa YouTube or sa Facebook, paki-refresh lang para medyo updated or nakakasabay kayo sa live stream. Ayan. Ready na? Unang katanungan. Don't forget to screenshot ha. Pa-SS na lang po ha. Yan. Sino po ang Public Schools District Supervisor ng Cluster 2? Paunahan sa chat box po natin. Muli, maraming salamat dahil kayo ay nanood sa Piyestang Bayanihan ng Brigada Eskwela 2021. Ayan, sino po ang PSDS ng Cluster 2? Pakitype po sa chat box. Ayan. Naku, may nauna na. Nako, sir. Nauna ka na naman, Sir Boy, ha? Masyado. Nasa StreamYard ka ba? Sige, pass ka na. Naka-Gcash ka. Alright, nakita ko na ang sumunod kay Sir Boy. Si Ma'am Raquel Ann Bautista, ang sabi niya, Dr. John Nepomuceno. Ayan, maraming salamat, Ma'am Raquel Ann Bautista. Pa-screenshot na lang po, pa-SS na lang. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Yours na to, Ma'am Raquel Ann Bautista. Yay! Alright, one more. And I know you are excited to witness and to listen, syempre, doon sa ating mga presenters. Next, bago tayo magsimula, isa pang GCash. Ready? Let's get ready sa ating mga keyboard warriors. Eto na po. Sunod na katanungan. Pang-lima na to na mga mananalo ng GCash. Alright? Sino po ang Education Program Supervisor or Mother Superior ng Cluster 2? Ayan. Sige, paunahan. With middle initial. Aba, ang bilis. Ang bilis talaga. Ayan. Ma'am Edeline Casañas de Lima, Mrs. Marites O. Manicio. Ayan, sino po ang kamukha ni Ma'am Manicio? Pakitype nga. Oh, may Manilyn Reynes daw, aba. Alright, Ma'am Edeline Casañas de Lima, pa-screenshot na lang po. Pa-SS na lang. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Yours na ang GCash. Maraming salamat uli sa ating Cluster 2, ang ating sponsor for, syempre, dito sa ating Research Plenum at sa ating GCash. Alright? So I know you are all excited again. Nandirito na po ang ating mga oral presenters. Yan, oral presentation proper na po tayo. And I guess may mga kaunti pa tayong presenters na hinihintay. Ayan, sa wakas nanalo din, sabi ni Ma'am Edeline de Lima. Ma'am Edeline de Lima, ayan po. Habang nag-aantay tayo, Doc John, pasuyo na lang po ng message. Ayan. Oh, mamaya daw. Okay. Ayan, sabi ni Ma'am Edeline de Lima, sa wakas nanalo din. Salamat po. Yes, Ma'am Edeline, congratulations. Ang 5 peso load po ay isasend sa inyo in just a moment. All right. So ang mga paaralan po sa Cluster 2 na magpe-present ngayon ay sisimulan ng Humayaw Elementary School. Susundan ito ng Edilberto Integrated High School. Ayan po. Ang mga nasa Humayaw Elementary School, Mark Joseph M. Villanueva, Edeline C. de Lima. Alright, so kanina po binanggit ang mga presenters, pati ang mga research title nila. So ganito po ang magiging sunod-sunod. Unahin po natin ang mga taga Humayaw Elementary School. Susundan po ito ng Edilberto Integrated High School. Pumangatlo ang Langkaan Elementary School. Susundan ng Langkaan 2 National High School. At ng Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School. May nakalimutan ba ako? Tignan nga natin. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So, kumpleto po. Alright, so let us start our oral presentation. para hindi na po tayo masyadong tumagal pa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Cluster 2 Research Plenum with the theme Distance Education and Beyond. Here is Humayo Elementary School.
Hi everyone, we are here today to present our research paper entitled Online Home Visitation as an Intervention to Reignite Students' Grit of Learning. But before that, we would like to introduce ourselves before we proceed to our presentation.
Hello everyone, I'm Edeline C. De Lima, Master Teacher 1 of Umayo Elementary School, and
My name is Mark Joseph Villanueva, Teacher 1 from Umayo Elementary School. So now let us proceed to our presentation. So this pandemic has affected millions of people around the globe, not only to economy but also to education system. The Department of Education reinforces the implementation of the basic education learning continuity plan to still cater the needs of the students in these trying times. Some students obtained grades in different subject areas are indeed alarming. Their grades in first and second quarter revealed that there was a great discrepancy which cannot be hidden. Despite the active engagement and encouragement of teachers, there are still students gradually lose their motivation in their studies. Given the scenario, the school needs to adopt a learning aid in the form of online home visitation. So this paper aims to prevent the total loss of students' grit of learning by conducting online home visitation to bring back the fire of learning in students' eyes. So now let us move on to statement of the problem. Listed are the questions in the study sought to answer. What are the challenges and contributing factors that affect students' rate of learning? What are students' perception of the impact of teachers' online home visitation on their attitude and motivation? So here's our methodology. For our design, we use descriptive research design. For sampling, we use purposive sampling. And for the participants of the study, we gathered 10 student participants from grade 5. For data collection, we use survey questionnaire and individual in-depth interview. So for the result of the study, let me call on our Master Teacher 1, Dr. Edeline C. De Lima.
hey, good day again. For our findings for the challenges and contributing factors, there are gadgets and equipment are provided, stable mobile internet connections, printed modules or learning activity sheets are available, there is available space for studying, difficulty in independent learning, instructions are clear in answering modules or learning activity sheets, and teachers provide time to accomplish all learning tasks. The parents have expressed willingness to monitor the progress of their children. The parents have given support physically, mentally, morally, and financially to their children. For the perception on the pupil respondents, impact of teacher online home visitations, attitude, and motivations, online home visitation will help open the lines between the teacher and students. Through online home visitation, the students will feel the support of their teachers even in a distance learning setup. Through online home visitation, the teacher will identify and have a better understandings about the challenges that encounter of their students. Online home visitation will reveal the true scenario of distance learning and how the teachers provide proper intervention to their students. Through online home visitation will foster healthy relationships between the teachers and students. Online home visitation will bridge a gap between school and home for students families, and teachers. Online home visitation supports and encourages parents to take more of an active role in the learning activities of their children. So for our findings, we have two statements of the problem there. The assessment of the pupil respondents about the challenges and contributing factors that affect students' grade of learning. So generally, pupils had their parents to provide encouragement, support, and access to activities that enable the children to master key development tasks. A children learning and socialization are most influenced by their family since the family is the child's primary social group. For the second, findings about the perception and the pupil respondents about the impact of teacher online home visitation and on their attitude and motivation. So generally, teachers play a very important role in the student's life. Amidst the pandemic, COVID-19, the teacher's role becomes crucial as for making sure that the learners stay engaged and do not lose their motivation. As a teacher, one must bring out the best in students and inspire them to strive for greatness.
So this is the conclusion and recommendation of our study. For our conclusion, online home visitation is very important, especially nowadays, because the pandemic has limited our activities just like in our teaching. In online home visitation that we conducted, we found out that parents had time for their children, and one of the problem is having a weak internet connection. And it has also been proven during this time that the teacher is the first to understand the situation of his or her student, because despite they encountered different challenges, they're still trying to finish their studies. So for our recommendation, number one, online home visitation will bridge a gap between school and home for students, families, and teachers. Number two, online home visitation will help open the lines of communication between the teachers and the students. Number three, through online home visitation, teachers will have a better understanding about the situation of their student in these trying times, and with this, they can think a better solution to reignite students' grade of learning.
And now for our action plan, we have target, activities, person agency involved, time frame, budget, and expected output. So the first target is gadgets and learning materials are provided. For the activities, school initiative to call on individuals to donate their spare smartphones, laptops, tablets, or any gadgets for those learners in need. So person or agency involved is school and the stakeholders. And our time frame for that is school year 2021 to 2022. Budget, school funds and donations, the expected outputs are attendance sheet and quotas. For the second target, encourage parents to support their children physically, mentally, morally, and financially to their children. So for the activities for that, conduct online parents conference meeting and person agency involved teachers and parents, school year 2021-2022 for the time frame, for the budget, human services. Also, the expected outputs are attendance and the photos. For the third target, conduct online home visitation to support, motivate, guide, and monitor students who need support in their studies. The activities for this target, initiative of teachers to conduct online home visitation to facilitate learning and motivation and to support their learners who need help. For the person agency involved, teachers, parents, and students. So our time frame for this is school year 2021 to 2022. So budget are from human services and expected outputs are attendance and photos. Here are our references. If you're not willing to learn, no one can help you. If you're determined to learn, no one can stop you.
So that is the end of our presentation. Again,
I'm Edeline C. De Lima.
and I am Mark Joseph Villanueva.
Keep safe.
And God bless.
Wow, ang galing-galing naman. Yun talaga, no, nababasa ko rin dito sa mga comment na iba talaga ang effect. Ayan, sabi ni Sir Revota, no? Tignan nga natin. Iba talaga ang effect ng new normal sa education system. Pero talaga ang lahat ng challenges na ito made us open another door, intervention and innovation. Great work, researchers. Good job, Cluster 2. Congrats, Sir John Nepomuceno. Ang galing. Maraming salamat at maraming palakpak para sa Humayaw Elementary School. Pinapaalalahanan po ang lahat na mamaya ay sasabihin din natin o ia-award din natin ang Best Research Presenters at Best Paper. Kaya tutukan mabuti kung sino yon. Alright? Kung deserve niya ba ito? Yan, kaya laging tumutok, laging manood. At syempre sa ating mga Gcash na gustong maging winners, ayan, ipi-PM nyo po sa akin yung screenshot ninyo ha, sa mga mananalo para ma-send sa inyo ang prize sa Gcash. Alright, watching, congratulations from Ma'am Bituin. Wow, again, congratulations, Humayaw Elementary School. Ngayon, hindi natin hihintayin pa, nandirito na, o hindi na natin patatagalin pa, nandirito na ang mga presenters ng Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School.
Good day, everyone. I'm Marin Hill Albis, together with my partner, Ma'am Melinda Modesto. We are from Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. Our action research entitled Challenges on the Utilization of Modular Distance Learning Modality, a Basis for Intervention. The outbreak of the new coronavirus infection, known as the COVID-19, has turned out to be a global health emergency issue. Most countries around the world have temporarily closed educational institutions to contain the spread of the virus and reduce infections by TRIA 2020. Face-to-face engagement of students and teachers within the school has also been suspended. The Philippines is in the process of adapting to the new normal form of education at present, and continuous innovation of educators and active involvement of other stakeholders are the driving force for its success. Under the DepEd Order DO number 012 Series 2020 adoption of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan or the BELCP for school year 2020-2021 in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency, schools are assigned to utilize different learning modalities to ensure the continued provision of learning opportunities to its learners, while protecting the health and safety both of its personnel, learner, and stakeholders. Distance learning refers to a learning delivery modality where learning takes place between the teacher and the learners who are geographically remote from each other during the instruction. The different learning modalities to support the learner's safety while studying are online distance learning, modular distance learning, or blended distance learning. Upon implementation of the BELCP, schools need the cooperation from the parents or guardian and students to ensure that learners were able to learn and study while they are at home. The school need also the partnership from the local government unit for the distribution of the self-learning modules for the students enrolled in modular distance learning who are not able to enroll in online modality. It is very important to be clear to the parents and students their role in distance learning to overcome the challenges that this school year will experience. Modular learning is the most popular type of distance learning. In the Philippines, this learning modality is currently used by all public schools because according to a survey conducted by the Department of Education, learning through printed and digital modules emerged as the most preferred distance learning method of parents with children who are enrolled in this academic year by Bernardo J. This is also in consideration of the learners in rural areas where internet is not accessible for online learning. The key purpose of this study or research is to find out the challenges encountered by the teachers, parents, and students, and providing intervention or solution in providing assistance to the students, parents, and teachers who are having difficulty in the utilization of modular distance learning. This study aims to determine the challenges of students and parents and teachers on modular distance learning modality. It's basically sought to answer the following questions. Number one, what are the challenges of students on the use of printed modules? Number two, what are the problems encountered by the parents in the modular distance learning? Number three, what are the issues faced by the teachers in the implementation of modular distance learning? This study uses simple random sampling in selecting the participants. The participants of the study are the teachers, parents, and students of Edelveto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. The researchers used a descriptive type of research in this study. It was primarily concerned with determining the challenges on the utilization of distance learning modality. The survey questionnaire was adapted and revised from the Third International Conference on Advanced Research in Teaching and Education. The questionnaire consists of 7 open-ended questions for students, 6 open-ended questions for teachers, and 5 open-ended questions for parents. The researchers used 5 steps in data gathering procedure. Step 1. Head teachers validated the survey questionnaires by the researchers. Step 2. Administering survey to determine the participants' responses. Step 3. Gathering and collecting data. Step 4. Analyzing the data. Step 5. Interpretation of the data. And to continue the presentation, may I call on my partner, Mamilinda Modesto.
This chapter covers the discussion of the result of the study about challenges of students, parents, and teachers on modular distance learning modality. Research questions were answered using the data derived by the researcher and statistically presented through tables and interpretations. For this purpose, the study sought to answer the following question. 1. What are the challenges of the students on the use of printed modules? Summary of findings. Most of the learners are having difficulty in this new learning modality. 41 of the participants are having difficulty with these printed modules. 50 participants had a hard time answering their module. The subjects that they are having difficulty with are mathematics, Filipino, and English. All subjects have many activities to answer. Majority of the participants, their guardian or parents help them in guiding and answering the activities in the module. The family members, relatives, and friends of the learners play a vital role in the education today. Majority of the learners have gadgets that could be useful in learning and internet connections that help them in their studies and answering the activities in the module. Conclusion: 50 participants had hard time answering their module. The subjects that they are having difficulty are mathematics, Filipino, and English that needs more explanation and examples. Some modules do not have clear instructions and explanations, so students have hard time answering them. The pictures in the modules are not clear. The modules have a lot of exercises to answer and the need of the students to learn from their actual teacher. Recommendation: reductions or lessons of activities from the modules, more examples for each subject, provisions of colored printed modules, and consistent instructions in the modules, and as much as possible, give each student ample time to complete all the modules, and give more examples and explanations to each of the given activity. 2. What are the problems encountered by the parents in the modular distance learning? Summary of findings: 71.4% of the parents are working and 28.6% are non-working. However, most of them responded that they have enough time to academically assist their child or children in answering their modules. Moreover, 74.3% of the parents do not have difficulties with the set of schedules of the retrieval and submissions of their child or children's module. Text messages, call, and social media, particularly on Facebook and Messenger, are the platforms that are being used by the parents to communicate with the teachers of their child or children. All of them responded that all the teachers of their child or children are approachable. However, 74.3% do not have a reliable connections that can help them to understand the topic or lessons and answering the activities in the module. Conclusion: most of the parents still prefer modular distance learning over online learning because they think that this modular approach is safer for their child or children. Apart from that, some parents do not have enough gadgets to be used by their child and children and internet connection that can help them and their children in studying the topic or the lesson. Some modules do not have clear instructions and explanation, so students have hard time in answering them. The pictures in the modules are not clear. The modules have a lot of exercises. Recommendation: consistent instructions in the modules and as much as possible, give each student ample time to complete all the modules and give more examples and explanations to each of the given activity. 3. What are the issues faced by the teachers in implementations of modular distance learning? Summary of findings. 6 of the teachers responded that the Department of Education does not provide all the modules for them. However, some of them said that the modules they gave were usually incomplete. Some teachers in some field responded that DepEd does not provide modules for their respective subject like TLE. Thus, they are the one making their own modules or learning activity sheets for their students. It also revealed that 90.91%, most of the teachers teaching modular distance learning modality, had difficulty in communicating with the students, parents, or guardians. Although they have their internet connections and the module is available for teaching and learning purposes, their students have difficulty in following the instructions given in the modules and activity sheets because some of the students do not have their own cell phone to use as a means of communication. Also, some of the students and parents do not have load to answer the message of the teachers, while some of the parents do not answer the calls due to some personal reasons. Conclusion: teachers are having difficulty in communicating with the students, parents, or guardians. Thus, modules were often submitted late and most of the answer sheets were blank. Teachers lack resources for reproductions and delivery of module. Some teachers think that students' answers in their modules have no validity and most probably mastery of the lessons impossible to attain. Recommendation: the Department of Education must allocate additional funds for modules. The appropriate interventions to be provided for struggling learners according to the teachers.
The researchers made an action plan for the intervention of the challenges encountered by the students, teachers, and parents on the utilization of modular distance learning modality. The researchers used references for basis of their study.
This is the end of our presentation.
Never stop learning because life never stops teaching.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm J&B Santa Cruz, and I'll be speaking on behalf of my colleague Ma'am Melissa A. Latisla from Edelberto S. Legaspi and currently on leave about our study entitled Contextualized Time Management Plan Effects in Supporting and Engaging Learners with Incomplete Outputs in Online Distance Learning. Allow me to show you our presentation. Once again, our title is Contextualized Time Management Plan Effects in Supporting and Engaging Learners with Incomplete Outputs in Online Distance Learning. For our introduction, in pursuant in the DepEd Order Number 12, Series 2020, entitled Adoption of Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for School Year 2020-2021, In light of the COVID-19 public health emergency, the DepEd is addressing the challenges in the basic education for the school year 2020-2021. Online distance learning, as one of the blended modalities, caters to the DepEd learners who use internet connection and online learning platforms to comply with the requirements for their learning progress. This is a new challenge for both the teachers and learners to embrace such innovations in educational pedagogy. According to the DepEd, students are having difficulties in completing a test and submitting outputs on time. Regarding this, to manage everything as planned, the application of time management must be developed among learners. By definition, contextualization is the process of considering something in its context, the situation within which exists or happens, and which can help in understanding it. In connection, contextualizing time management will allow students to comply more in less time because it's convenient to them and their attention is focused and not wasting time on distraction, according to Australian Christian College 2021. Thus, the primary concern of this research is to examine the effect of contextualized time management plan in supporting and engaging learners with incomplete outputs in online distance learning among grade 7 learners of Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. School year 2020-2021. Statement of the problem. Our research question is, the main objective of the study is to determine the effects of contextualized time management plan supporting and engaging learners with incomplete outputs in online distance learning among grade 7 learners of Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School, school year 2020-2021. Specifically, the study aimed to determine the number of completed outputs of the respondents before and after the experiment in all subject areas. Number 2, determine the significant differences between the number of completed outputs of the respondents before and after the experiment in all subject areas. For our methodology, sampling and data collections, respondents of the studies will be the grade 7 online distance learners with incomplete outputs of Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School, school year 2020-2021. Research instrument. The study has 2 instruments, the teacher-made checklist form and the contextualized time management plan teacher-made by the researchers. For our procedure, the researcher will ask permission from the school administration and principal of Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School to conduct their study at the said school. The respondents of the study involved the grade 7 online distance learners with incomplete outputs. The respondents will be exposed to contextualized time management plan being teacher-made by the researchers, which is personalized to fit to the needs of the learners to support and engage them to complete their outputs on time. Number 4, that the researcher will be using in the investigation the checklist from that indicate the previous week completed numbers of outputs and the present or final week completed number of outputs of the learners to determine the number of the completed outputs of the respondents before and after the experiment of all subject areas. All throughout the test, the respondents don't know about the experiment of what is going on. For our result and discussion, for problem number 1, number of completed outputs of the respondents before and after the experiment in all subject areas. The findings, as you can see in the table, shows the completed outputs of the number of the 5 learners before and after the experiment in all subject areas. While the problem number 2 is the significant differences between the number of completed outputs of the respondents before and after the experiment in all subject areas. Our findings, As you can see in the table, there is a significant differences in the number of completed outputs of the respondents before and after the experiment, since the p-value of 10.0101 and the p-value of 0.001 are less than 0.5. The null hypothesis of no significant differences is rejected. There is a significant change in the number of completed outputs of the group after the experiment. Conclusions. Based on the result, it can be concluded that learners provide with contextualized time management plan increases their completed number of outputs in all subject areas. And it was proved to be a better approach in reaching and engaging learners with incomplete outputs. Insofar, online distance learning is consideration. Recommendation. Number 1. The school administration should provide a venue for teachers to craft contextualized time management plan for their learners that include seminars and forums. Number 2. Teachers should be updated from the modern trends in technology to reach and engage learners to maximize the benefits of online distance learning. Number 3. A replication of the study may be conducted in a bigger population and higher levels for further assessment of this model in other aspects not covered by the study, especially that the current curriculum strongly promotes more meaningful activities rather than lecturing. For our action plan, the study revealed the application of contextualized time management plan increases the number of completed number of outputs of the learners. In line with this research paper would be a great help to the learners and the teachers. The first step of this action research is to recognize the learners with incomplete outputs and identify their completed numbers of outputs. Second step is to develop a true understanding for the needs of improvement. Although the data has proved that we have a need for improve in this area, we need to understand why our learners are having difficulties. Understanding why we need to conduct this project will be helpful in developing an action plan to fix the need we have identified. Third step is to reflect on what we have learned about this project, what our plans are for this project, and determine if we will be able to successfully complete this project. We want to reflect early in this process before getting deep into the project and discover we lack what it takes to complete this project. If we lack any knowledge, skill, or resources that we can foresee, we want to work to rectify those problems before moving on. Reflection and this action research is a process that we will conduct throughout the project. And lastly, implements. So the following listed names are the references. Once again, thank you for listening for my presentation. Again, this is Jean Diaz Santa Cruz, and in behalf with my colleagues, Ma'am Melissa A. Ledisla from Edelberto S. Legazpi, we are signing off. Thank you and good day.
Hey everyone, my name is John Michael Lucas. With me is my partner.
A pleasant morning to all. Welcome to our presentation. I'm Julianita Bang.
From Edelberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School, and we are here today to present our action research entitled Unveiling Student Social Issues on the Non-Submission of Learning Activity Sheets. In accordance with DepEd Order Number 12, Series 2020, or the adoption of Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or BELCP, for the school year 2020-2021, in the light of the COVID-19 public health emergency, DepEd aims to utilize various learning modalities, or LTMs, to guarantee the continuous delivery of learning opportunities to its learners while keeping the health and safety of both its personnel and learners. This can be achieved through different modalities like blended learning, distance learning, and homeschooling. And in distance learning, which refers to a learning delivery modality where studying happens between the teacher and the learner who are physically distant from each other, there are these three types of learning: online distance learning or ODL, modular distance learning or MDL, and TV radio-based instruction. We are focusing more on modular distance learning or MDL, where learners use self-learning modules and other resources like textbooks, study guides, learners' materials, learning activity sheets, and other study materials. And in learning activity sheets or LAS, which was mentioned as one of the learning resources, it is utilized as a self-directed instructional material aimed to guide the learners in completing activities at their own pace and time. The main idea of this action research is to show various social issues on the students' non-submission of learning activity sheets and provide an opportunity to recommend an alternative method that will assist the learners to adhere to the planned time of submission of it. In particular, we look for the answers to the following questions. What are the most dominant social issues that influence the grade 7 students for their non-submission of learning activity sheets? How can these social issues affect the grade 7 students' academic performance in terms of their different learning areas? And last, what interventions can be done in order for the grade 7 students to comply in the submission of their learning activity sheet? In methodology, to address the said research questions, this study will utilize the use of descriptive type of research. This design will view each learner's opinion and experiences that attempt to understand their perspectives for the non-submission of learning activity sheets. This study primarily focused on selected grade 7 learners who failed to submit their learning activity sheets for the first and second quarter of the academic school year 2020-2021. The data gathering procedure is conducted through phone interview using a ready-made guide questions for MDL learners. The following shows how the data is gathered and collected throughout the activity. Number 1, we prepare questions for the interview. Number 2, we set schedule for the interview. Number 3, we conduct a structured in-depth interview. And number 4, we noted down observations and recordings. Now that I have presented the idea behind our action research and how we gather the data, Ms. Julianita Bang will present to you our findings, conclusions, and recommendations for this action research.
Thank you, partner. I'm going to present to you the results from the data that we gathered during the interview. The first question is, what are the common issues, problems that you encounter when answering the learning activity sheets? Family-related problems started with the members of their family. Parents are not supportive in a way that they are not willing to help, and the parents' attitude towards their studies is also a burden to them. Parents are also working that the students need to take care of their younger siblings and do the household chores. The second issue is about financial matters that makes their parents irritated because they can't provide the family needs of their family members. The transportation fare in bringing the activity sheets to school is also considered the cause for ignoring the designated retrieval day. The students need to buy some school supplies that they will use, but the family cannot provide the necessary amount. The third issue is personal problems that can affect the students' eagerness to finish the activity sheets. According to them, it is hard to set aside personal problems long enough to focus on schoolwork. The second question is, which learning areas make it difficult, if not impossible, for you to accomplish by yourself, and why? Majority of the respondents mentioned the subject math as they find it difficult to answer without the assistance of their teacher. Why? Because according to them, math is more on problem solving and mathematical computations. Science, because it deals with problem solving also. Students view problem solving as difficult and very hard to comprehend with. Besides, science is also related to research work and performance activities. English, because English subject is difficult and confusing. Its grammar structure, its spelling, meanings, and rules that contradict existing rules are difficult to master. And at the same time, the instructions are also written in English. The third question is, how can your teacher provide assistance that would make answering your learning activity sheets better? Here are the answers from our respondents. First, students mentioned that teachers need to provide additional explanations and examples of the given activities as their guide in answering their learning activity sheets. Second, a clear copy of the activity sheets is also important because sometimes there's some difficulty reading the text or identifying the pictures on the printed materials. And third, another student even mentioned that she preferred the face-to-face teaching because it will ensure a better understanding and recollection of the lesson content. On the conclusion part, we are going to answer the research questions posted in the beginning of the presentation. The first question is, what are the most dominant social issues that influence the grade 7 students for their non-submission of learning activity sheets? The social issues encountered by the students in view of their non-submission of learning activity sheets is family related. The second question, how can the social issues affect the grade 7 students' academic performance in terms of the different learning areas? Students encounter difficulty and affected by the said social issues, especially in following the instructions and understanding the lessons in their learning activity sheets. Third question, what interventions can be done in order for the grade 7 students to comply in the submission of their learning activity sheets? Teachers need to provide additional explanations, examples, and a clear copy of the learning activity sheets. As for the recommendation, the positive connections between parents, guardians, and teachers can improve the academic achievement, social competencies, and emotional well-being of the students. The researchers recommend teachers must make sure to share their expectations with students and parents at the outset of the school year. The broader roles of parents, guardians to support the learning process of the students at home is crucial in this time of pandemic. We recommend that parents should be educated about their support as far as learning is concerned through webinars and other form of collaborative activities with the teachers. This is our proposed action plan with a specific target date for school year 2021 to 2022, the references. On this part, we acknowledge the contribution of other writers and researchers in our work. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Here is my partner, John Michael Lucas.
Thank you, everyone.
Good day to everyone. My name is Mrs. Candy Hazel S. Kylo from Adalberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School, and together with my co-presenter, Mrs. Nenelat M. Pascual, also of Adalberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School, we are pleased to welcome you all to our research presentation entitled Scaffolding Technique, Its Effect to Performance Among Online Distance Learners. Pursuant to the DepEd Order Number 18, Series of 2020, or the Policy Guidelines for the Provision of Learning Resources in the Implementation of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or the BELCP, in reference to DepEd Order Number 21, Series of 2019, or the Policy Guidelines on the K-12 Basic Education Program, Schools are assigned to deliver and utilize alternative delivery modules and its corresponding learning resources that are responsive to the need, context, circumstance, and diversity of learners. Students under the online distance learning use the DepEd LMS, or the Learning Management System, a software that allows students to access activities that they needed to go through. Teachers can monitor if the activities have been completed, grade submissions, and conduct online quizzes to assess comprehension in conditions where face-to-face classes are not allowed. Though online distance learning modality has an ease, it also has its own share of problems as well. Some students are still having difficulty in answering their activities appropriately. Instructions are not enough for the student to comprehend what the goal of the activity is. Because of this, they misunderstand some activities and worse, do not answer some questions at all. Given this scenario, the gap is how to reinforce and improve the learner's performance in the teaching learning process with the use of questions or instructions specifically to online distance learning students with the aid of scaffolding technique to be utilized by the teacher researcher. Given this scenario, the gap is how to. So what is scaffolding technique? Throughout education, scaffolding strategies have been an effective tool in guiding students to have a better understanding of their lessons. The term scaffolding draws upon Vygotsky's spatial metaphor for how learning activities could be positioned with the learner's current and potential levels of development. This activity space can facilitate student development when the learning activity is located in the central zone, or what you call the ZPD. The zone of proximal development is the distance between what children can do by themselves and the next learning that they can be helped to achieve with competent assistance. The scaffolding teaching strategy provides individualized support based on the learner's ZPD. In scaffolding instruction, a more knowledgeable other provides scaffolds or supports to facilitate the learner's development. The scaffolds facilitate a student's ability to build on prior knowledge and internalize new information. In scaffolding, the activities provided will be just beyond the level of what the learner can do alone, while the more capable other provides the scaffolds so that the learner can accomplish with assistance the task that he or she could otherwise not complete, thus helping the learner throughout the ZPD. This study aims to determine the effect to performance of scaffolding technique among online distance learning students. This research specifically answers the following questions. Number 1. Is there a significant difference between the pretest scores of the control and experimental groups? Number 2. Is there a significant difference between the pretest and post-test scores of the control group? Number 3. Is there a significant difference between the pretest and post-test scores of the experimental group? Number 4. Is there a significant difference between the post-test scores of the control and the experimental groups? Now let's discuss the methodology for this research. For the research design, the researchers utilized the descriptive experimental research design to determine the effect to performance of using scaffolding technique among online distance learning students. As for the research instrument, the researchers made teacher-made online quiz using Google Form and scaffolding technique, specifically the WPA strategy or the watch, pause, ask, strategy. The respondents of the study were 22 grade 7 online distance learning students. They are divided into control and experimental groups based on their average grades in science from the first to the third quarter. Using the mean, standard deviation, and t-test, there was no significant difference between the average grades of Set A and Set B students. Therefore, they were proportionately group learners. These learners are all studying at Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School of the City Schools Division of Dasmariñas, school year 2020-2021.
The following are the results and discussion of the analysis from the gathered data. First, the beta scores of the control and the experimental group do not differ significantly. This is proven by the computation shown in the table. The t-value of the beta scores of the experimental and control group is 0.532 with a p-value of 0.600, which is greater than our level of significance of 0.05. This indicates that the two groups were comparable at the start of the experiment. Second, there is no significant difference in the performance of the control group before and after the experiment. The control group has a p-value of 0.096, which is greater than 0.05. Therefore, the null hypothesis of no significant difference is accepted. Third, there is significant difference between the pre-test and post-test scores of the experimental group. It shows therefore that there is a significant difference in the performance of the experimental group since it has a p-value of 0.000, which is less than 0.05. There is a significant improvement in the performance of the experimental group after the treatment. This implies that the performance of the group exposed to scaffolding technique has a significant increase, and it shows that the experimental group performed better. Our last finding is there is a significant difference in the post-test scores of the control and experimental groups. Again, the t-test for independent samples was applied to find out the comparability of the post-test scores of the two groups. Based on the computation shown in table, there is significant difference in the post-test scores of the control and experimental groups since it has a p-value of 0.027, which is lesser than 0.05. This indicates that the experimental group exposed to scaffolding technique is performing better than the control group. This confirms the study of Bayoninsin, Usodo, and Subanti. The teaching with scaffolding technique is more effective to generate students' learning achievement than direct learning. This led to the conclusion that students taught through scaffolding perform better. So after drawing our different conclusions based on the analysis of our gathered data, these are now our recommendations or action plan. First, the researchers can meet and plan with online distance learning teachers with regard to concepts and importance of applying scaffolding technique during sessions to ODL students. Second, to acquire skills in applying the scaffolding technique, the school can conduct LAC sessions or in-service training, introducing and practicing the different ways or strategies in using this technique. Third, scaffolding technique can be used by ODL teachers in delivering lessons across learning areas. And last, action researches can be conducted to prove the effectiveness of using other strategies in using the scaffolding technique, as well as improve the procedure in applying this technique during a teaching learning delivery lesson. That is the end of our action research, and we would like to thank the following authors who wrote the different references we use for our research. Legazpi Integrated High School, Service Center Rebota, our parent supervisor, Mama Ritas Manicio, and our district supervisor and research guru, Dr. John Nepomuceno. We are also so much grateful to our families, friends, and colleagues, and most of all, to our Almighty God for giving us the strength, good health, protection, and wisdom while doing the research. That's all for today. God bless us all.
Good day, everyone. My name is Rosany Liwag from Adalberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School, City Schools Division of Dasmariñas. Me and my partner in this research, Ms. Jean Baliton, we're going to present our action research entitled Modular Distance Learning, Views on Assessment and Evaluation Process. I am tasked to present the context and rationale, the research questions, and the methodology. And this is the context and rationale. The COVID-19 pandemic caused numerous problems in the education systems in the human history, affecting almost all the countries in the world. Closures of learning institutions have impacted nearly 1.6 billion learners all throughout. Changes in the process of learning is the main concern in shifting from the standard traditional method to various distance learning delivery modalities. In connection, numerous restrictions then have to be applied to support and maintain health protocols requirements. Philippines, as regarded as one of the third world countries, have experienced difficulties in executing modern and technological method of teaching. Lack of educational facilities to both schools and learners resulted to devising an alternative way to reach out to those who cannot afford modern and advanced way of learning. The government then, through the Department of Education, drafted DepEd Order No. 18, Series of 2020, policy guidelines for the provision of learning resources in the implementation of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan, or BELCP, that will enable to release, utilize, and liquidate support funds for the printing and delivery of self-learning modules and other resources. Within a short span of preparations, different learning modalities have been introduced. In the division of Dasmariñas, there are two modalities existing: the online learning delivery modality and the modular learning modality. Both have complied to meet the standards and cover all the competencies provided in the most essential learning competencies in its subject area. However, executing these modalities handed over tremendous tasks to teachers, especially in the public sector. The need to provide and create learning activity sheets to substitute the late issuance of the learning modules was indeed a challenge, especially to MDL teachers. Despite the burden and the challenge to teachers, the need to support the continuity of education had become the top priority. Distribution and retrieval of learning activity sheets had also revealed numerous problems, as can be seen on the students' low achievement rates. The researchers believe that crafting of learning activity have impact on the students' performances. The acquisition of knowledge through independent learning is one of the benefits of having a modular distance learning. Students tend to develop a sense of responsibility in accomplishing the tasks provided in the module. On the other hand, supplemental guides materials are still inadequate. Also, there are no still proper criteria in the assessment and evaluation to be submitted learning worksheets modules. Thus, the study was conducted in order to determine the views of teachers and students in assessing their outputs. And that is our context and rationale. Going forward, these are our research questions. So this study aimed to find out the views and assessments and evaluation process in modular distance learning. It specifically sought to answer the following questions. So first question, what are the demographic characteristics of the participants as to age and gender? Next, what are the teacher and students participants' views on the evaluation of modules or learning activity sheets that can be used in distance education? And third, what are the teachers and students participants' comments on the evaluation criteria in the process of distance education? And here is the methodology. In this study, we utilize the descriptive and the quantitative type of research design. It was primarily concerned on describing and interpreting the data about the views of teachers and students in the assessment and evaluation in modular distance learning setting. It was conducted with 45 participants, comprising 15 teacher participants and 30 student participants. As the participants have experienced the modular distance learning setting, they were able to assess the study in the eyes of the teacher as well as in the eyes of the students. In this study, the data gathered were from the adapted questionnaire. It consists of Likert and open-ended question. Demographic characteristics of the survey consist of a 5 Likert question type related to the profile of the participants, views on evaluation modules that can be used in modular distance learning modality. Also, weighted mean and standard deviation was employed to obtain the teacher and the student's views. Moreover, the following interpretation of Likert scale was employed as 5 for strongly agree, 4 for agree, 3 as neutral, 2 disagree, and 1 for strongly disagree.
Hello, good day everyone. My name is Ms. Jean A. Baliton and I am the research partner of Ma'am Rosany O. Liwag. I will be discussing to you the findings, the conclusions, and the recommendations, as well as some data relevant to our research. So let's start with the findings. The discussion of the result and the views and assessment and evaluation process under modular distance learning are provided herein. So research questions were answered using the data derived by the researchers and statistically presented through tables and interpretations. Okay, so let us first discuss the demographic characteristics of the participants as to their age and gender. So we have here the student participants and the teacher participants. Among the teacher participants are female, and 9 of which, or 69.23%, are female, also with the dominant in ages ranging from 29 to 40 years old. These teacher participants have been handling modular learning modality, and the ages appear that they are already in the professional field. While on the student participants, we have 10 male participants, which comprises 34.48% and 19 or 65.52% are female participants, and in terms of the ages, it ranges from 12 to 14 years old, making 13 years as with the greatest number of participants. When examined, these student participants are almost of the same ages and can express their views on the perspective of a grade 7 student. The data presented in here explains the student participants' views on the evaluation modules that can be used in modular distance learning. The data obtained were interpreted using the weighted mean and the corresponding standard deviation to attest on the measure of dispersion of a set of data from its mean. So 3 revealed that the students agreed that evaluation of the quality of homework and projects is a criterion to be considered in the assessment and evaluation process. And attendance and the distribution or retrieval signed by parents must be included. This also explains the students' participants' views on the evaluation modules that can be used in modular distance learning. The data obtained were interpreted using the weighted mean and the corresponding standard deviation to attest on the measure of dispersion of a set of data from its mean. If we are going to look at the graph, it shows that the quality of the response in the learning materials or worksheets ranked first, coming from 10 responses with a percentage of 76.92. In this view, the teachers might take primary considerations on the content of the submitted learning materials. Out of 29 student participants, we have 16 choose exam results and homework projects as their main criteria in evaluation process and modular distance learning modality, while the rest of the listed fall below the percentage of 50. Hence, based on this data gathered, students preferred that their exam results, homework, and projects must be given importance in the evaluation process. And also, upon careful examination of the data as shown in Figure 1, the following responses ranked 50% and above on both responses of teachers and students. So these are the exam results and homework or projects. Okay, so let us now go to the conclusions. So what are the things that being concluded in our action research? So the views of students and teachers should be taken into account in the assessment and evaluation processes in modular distance learning type of modality. The traditional method of assessment can still be used during this time of situation, wherein face-to-face classes is prohibited. However, though classes are in modular setting, synchronous classes must also be taken into considerations as viewed by the participants in this study. Furthermore, quantitative assessment is perceived to be more important than qualitative assessment based on this study, since exam results, participation in synchronous class, as well as quality assessments on learning activity materials are being chosen by the participants. Okay, so let's now move on to the recommendation part. So in accordance with the findings and conclusions, the following recommendations are being presented. Number 1, teachers must consider the exam results in the assessment and evaluation process. Another one, synchronous discussions are encouraged and also be a basis in the assessment and evaluation in modular distance learning setting. Also, evaluation of the quality of homework and projects is a criterion to be considered in the assessment and evaluation process. Quality of the submitted learning outputs or materials must also be considered in assessing students' performances. On this part is a LAC session template plan. We will be conducting a LAC session to discuss with our co-teachers and to our school head the result of our study. With this, we can use the result in the evaluation and assessment of the outputs of the students in the modular distance learning modality. This ends now the discussion of our action research. Thank you and God bless.
The COVID-19 pandemic has brought drastic changes not just in the country, but in the whole world as well. The traditional educational system was also affected by the pandemic, which limited the educational process to distance learning modalities. Several food service providers were also affected, and the services they provide were also limited. I am John Dale L. Purificacion, and together with Lavilyn J. Tan, we will be presenting our research proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations.
DepEd Order Number 8, Series of 2007, mandates that operation and management of school canteens shall serve as a venue for the development of desirable eating habits of learners and help eliminate malnutrition among them. And it also defines school canteen as one of the ancillary services in the school that sells food items to the learners and serves as a support mechanism in the effort to eliminate malnutrition concerns of the school. In the Educational Facilities Manual, Series of 2010 of DepEd, also points out that the school canteen is one of the most essential facilities that shall be available in school, which also serves as the center for feeding. In the said manual, a school canteen shall basically have a clean, quiet, and an attractive dining space with adequate lighting and proper ventilation, a service counter properly located to facilitate the systematic serving of food, and a kitchen space for food preparation, cooking, cleaning, and storage. Aside from providing healthier food and beverage choices among the learners, personnel, and stakeholders, as stipulated on the DepEd Order Number 13, Series of 2017, school canteens shall also ensure that it will not be a place where the COVID-19 virus spreads, by establishing protocols and following minimum health standards. So this research seeks to propose guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations. Specifically, is aimed to provide protocols adherent to existing mandates and standards and based on the most applicable procedures gathered from the result of the data gathered in this study. In order to guarantee that this proposed study meets its central goal, it answered the following specific question. First, what are the protocols stipulated and pertinent issuances in other literature that can be considered in post-pandemic school canteen management? Second, what is the level of significance of each indicator in the initially created protocols based on the assessment of selected secondary school clinic teachers and selected secondary school disaster risk reduction and management coordinators? Third, what is the level of applicability of each of the initially evaluated indicators based on the assessment of selected school canteen teachers and selected school heads? Fourth, what are the indicators that can be considered in the proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operation as suggested by the Chief Education Supervisors of the School Governance and Operation Division, Medical Officer of the Division Health and Nutrition Unit, and the Project Development Officer of the Division, the RRN Services? And lastly, based from the results of the study, what could be proposed as guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations? To address the aforementioned research questions, this study employed quantitative descriptive research design. This design enabled the researchers to collect and analyze data using a variety of means such as frequency counts, percentages, averages, and another statistical analysis to establish connections. According to NASA G 2015, this descriptive method is concerned with what rather than how or why something has occurred using observations and survey tools to collect data. The respondents of this study were secondary school clinic teachers, called the RRM coordinators, school canteen teachers, the chief education supervisor of the school governance and operations division, the medical officer of the division health and nutrition unit, and the project development officer of the division, the RRM service. The sample size was determined using convenience sampling. According to Elker et al. 2016, in convenience sampling, respondents that are more readily accessible are considered as participants of the study, which places primary emphasis on the generalizability. And all these respondents were essential in the development of the proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations, and collectively, they were strong elements to successfully carry out the output of this study. The study utilized the document analysis of protocols stipulated and pertinent issuances and other literature relevant in school canteen management. Afterwards, three instruments were utilized in this study, which are deemed to be developmental in nature, since one is dependent on the results of the other. After having been granted the permission from the Office of the Schools Division Superintendent of the City Schools Division of Dasmariñas to conduct the study, the first self-made survey questionnaire was utilized among the selected clinic teachers and the selected RRM coordinators to determine the level of significance of the initially created protocols stipulated from analyzed pertinent issuances and other literature, which utilized the following 5-point scale in each interpretation. Protocols which gain an average score of 3.50 to 4.49 and 4.50 to 5 are interpreted as significant and highly significant respectively were considered in the development of the second self-made survey questionnaire, and then was utilized among the selected canteen teachers and selected school heads to determine the level of applicability of the assessed essential protocols, which utilize the following 5-point scale in its interpretation. Protocols which gain an average score of 3.50 to 4.49 and 4.50 to 5 are interpreted as applicable and highly applicable, respectively. So this considered in the development of the third self-made survey questionnaire, which was utilized among them as GAD, HNU, and the RRM service. Okay, so to determine which of the assessed essential protocols shall be retained, removed, and revised, the data gathered from the third survey was analyzed, and recommendations and suggestions were considered to come up with the proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations.
Research question number 1. What are the protocols stipulated in pertinent issuances and other literature that can be considered in post-pandemic school canteen management? Several authors, issuances, and literature suggested ways on how to gradually reopen schools in the context of COVID-19. These standards and protocols are found necessary in the reopening of schools in the context of COVID-19 to ensure the safety of the students, faculty, and staff, and that schools do not become spreaders of the virus. More so, a number of authors, issuances, and literature provided food safety reopening guidelines and checklists for previously closed retail food establishments. These guidelines and checklists suggested essential food service safety practices for retail food establishments to consider when reopening and resuming operations. These guidelines and checklists for retail food establishments are essential and can be adopted in school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations since school canteens provide retail food services to its primary stakeholders. The protocol stipulated in pertinent issuances and other literature relevant in school canteen management are grouped according to: number 1, posting of information, education, and communication materials; number 2, hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette measures; number 3, social distancing measures; number 4, food handling measures; number 5, sanitation and disinfection measures; number 6, kitchen management measures; 7, waste disposal measures; 8, ventilation measures; and 9, other relevant measures. Protocol Group 3 has the most number of indicators with 15, followed by Protocol Group 1 with 12 indicators, Protocol Group 5 with 11 indicators, Protocol Group 9 with 10, Protocol Group 6 with 8 indicators, Protocols Group 2 and 4 both have 6 indicators, while Protocol Group 8 have 5 indicators, and Protocol Group 7 has the least with only 3. To sum up, there are a total of 76 indicators which undergo a test of level of significance that was administered to selected secondary school clinic teachers and selected school DRRM coordinators to determine if the suggested protocols are of high significance in ensuring a safe school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations. Research question number 2. What is the level of significance of each indicator in the initially curated protocols based on the assessment of selected secondary school clinic teachers and selected secondary school DRRM coordinators? There were a total of 13 respondents in the survey conducted among selected clinic teachers and selected school DRRM coordinators. One of the selected schools has 3 clinic teachers, another school has 2, while the rest of the schools have 1 clinic teacher each. More so, all selected schools have 1 DRRM coordinator each. The findings show that all indicators in all the protocol groups could be considered in determining the level of applicability as they were rated from 3.5 to 4.49 and 4.5 to 5.0, or interpreted as significant and highly significant respectively, to be assessed now by the school heads and the school canteen teachers. Research question number 3. What is the level of applicability of each of the initially evaluated protocols based on the assessment of selected school canteen teachers and school heads? There were a total of 9 respondents in the survey conducted among selected secondary school heads and school canteen teachers. All of the selected schools has 1 school head each, while one of the selected schools has not designated a canteen teacher during the conduct of the study. The findings show that all the indicators in all the protocol groups could be considered for validation as they were rated from 3.5 to 4.49 and 4.5 to 5.0, or interpreted as applicable and highly applicable respectively, to be assessed by the Chief Education Supervisor of the SGOD, the Medical Officer of the Health and Nutrition Unit, and the Project Development Officer of the DRRM Service. Research question number 4. What are the indicators that can be considered in the proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations, as suggested by the Chief Education Supervisor of the SGOD, the Medical Officer of the Division HNU, and the Project Development Officer of the Division DRRM Service? The 3 respondents validated the protocols and indicated actions to finalize the proposed guidelines, namely retain, remove, and revise. The findings show that all indicators in all the protocol groups could be considered in the development of the proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations as suggested by the Chief Education Supervisor of the SGOD, the Medical Officer of the Health and Nutrition Unit, and the Project Development Officer of the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Service. Research question number 5. Based from the results of the study, what could be proposed as guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations? So considering the recommendations of the validators, the following is the proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations. All in all, we have 9 protocol groups. The first one is posting of information, education, and communication materials with 12 indicators. The second one is hand hygiene and respiratory etiquette measures with 6 indicators. Social distancing measures with 15 indicators. Food handling measures with 6 indicators also. Sanitation and disinfection measures with 11 indicators. Kitchen management measures with 8 indicators. Waste disposal measures with 3 indicators. Ventilation measures with 5. And lastly, other relevant measures with 10 indicators.
Recommendations. For the City Schools Divisions of Dasmariñas, that these proposed guidelines be reviewed as a policy recommendation for the management of school canteens in the post-pandemic school operations. Second, for school heads, that these proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations be considered for implementation. Third, for canteen teachers, that these proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations be enforced to ensure that school canteens will not become spreaders of the COVID-19 virus. And fourth, for school disaster risk reduction and management coordinators, that these proposed guidelines for secondary school canteen management in the post-pandemic school operations be regarded as part of the DRR initiatives in ensuring safety, not just of the learners, but of the school personnel as well. And lastly, for future researchers, the processes involved in the study may be utilized in developing or enhancing protocols for other services offered by schools.
Good day, everyone. My name is Mr. Vicente D. Ribota from Edelberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. With me is my partner, Mr. Kim T. Rimalante, of course from the same school, and we are tasked to present to you the result of our research in this cluster level oral presentation. Our research is entitled Challenges Encountered by Parents in the Distribution and Retrieval of Activity Sheets, a feedback mechanism for better service. We decided to conduct a research on this topic to come up with a solution where a school could give assistance based from the feedback we may be getting from our parents through interview. In this pandemic, every consideration is given to our parents, especially to our students. We know that each one has a hard time adjusting in this what we call new normal in education. Because of this, some of the parents face challenges in the scheduled distribution and retrieval of activity sheets that made their children left behind. In the illustration above, or as you may see in your screen, we have anticipated answers why our parents have difficulty or have never showed up in the said school activity. It serves as our guide in formulating our research questions to specifically get the personal and specific answer from these concerned parents. This gives the researchers a feedback guide on what adjustments and assistance that will be provided to save their children from dropping out of school. To continue with this presentation, may I call in my partner, Mr. Kim Rimalante, to present to you our research questions, our methodology, summary of findings, the parents' suggested solution, and our conclusion.
Now we'll proceed to the next slide about the research questions. In this slide, there are two questions which are asked to the parents. Parents are asked about their challenges encountered based from the given options. They are free to identify or choose one or more of these given challenges. In the second question, parents are asked what the school could provide for them as assistance to solve the problem. While in the interview, the participants are carefully observed about the way how they were answering. Eye contact, tone of voice, emotion, and time spent in answering the questions. These two are recorded. This slide shows the methodology which is used in the conduct of this research. Qualitative type of a research is the design used, and purposive sampling is the most applicable sample because this research has identified the participants based from the records of the class advisors, where some of the students are labeled sardos. Interview list of questions is used as a tool in the collection of data. Upon the analysis of their answers, the researchers have come up to this summary of findings where unaccomplished tasks and job-related reasons are the major problems with 4 points. This is why they don't attend in the distribution and retrieval of activity sheets. The next problem encountered is the availability with 3 points, followed by location of residence with 2 points, and conflict on the set schedule with 1 point. There were no parents who said about the unpleasant behavior of school personnel, curfew, and health. Of the 10 research participants, 3 of them said that learning tasks should be lessened. One parent said provide alternative date for the distribution and retrieval of activity sheets. Also, one said that providing a soft copy would be of help for them, not to go to school anymore to get activity sheets. There were 5 participants who did not give any suggestion for personal reasons. This slide provides us with a conclusion based from the summary of findings. These are, first, establish partnership and constant communication between parents and teachers are important factors to help the concerned parents in guiding their children while at home. For easy reference, the concerned teacher advisor shall monitor the performance as well as the attendance of the parents in the scheduled submission of outputs. Teachers shall be equipped in providing activities not to be another burden for the parents and their children because everybody is suffering from this pandemic. Activities shall be simple and reduced. There is no parent who would like to have a failing grade for his or her child. Every parent has a story. Every child has a story. We might not know that their stories of reasons are good and valid for consideration. Teaching and learning is the optimum goal of the teacher, and this process shall be incorporated with the core values of the Department of Education, where the department is aiming that there shall be no students should be left behind. Every educator shall constantly practice teaching with a heart, especially the students who are at risk of dropping out.
As to the summary of findings and the conclusion, the researchers would like to recommend. The following recommendations were drawn: that parents with their children labeled SARDOS needed assistance from the school based from the challenges encountered in the set schedule of distribution and retrieval of NAS. That students with their parents who are labeled SARDOS shall be given an intervention to cope up with the missed lesson or outputs. That the number of learning tasks in the provided activity sheets shall be lessened and its direction shall be simpler and easier to understand, but not, of course, sacrificing the needed competencies to be mastered. That those parents with job-related reasons and with conflict to the distribution and retrieval of activity sheets schedule shall be given alternative dates where they are free to submit the outputs of their children. And the last one, that those parents with their families who have moved to other residential area or location shall be given intervention to be left or not to be left behind in the submission of outputs. So, these are our recommendations. So, there you have it, guys. As teachers, our job became tougher because of this pandemic. We expect that based from our findings in our research, the recommendations given will surely be implemented in the next season of new normal in education. So, once again, this is Mr. Vicente D. Ribota together with Mr. Aikim Tirimalante signing off. Thank you for watching and for listening.
Wow! Grabe. Ang haba at ang dami ng kanilang pinresent pero tingnan nyo naman merong quality and this is for the continuous improvement of not that just their school pero syempre pati ng City Schools Division of Dasmariñas. That was Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. Kanina unang nag-present ang Humbayaw Elementary School. Before we proceed to the next presenters, ayan, mag-gcash muna tayo. Alam kong excited kayo. Naku, dalawa pa lang ang nagsisend sa akin ng number nila. Kaya yung kanina mga nanalo, pasend na po at mag-expire ang inyong napanalunang Gcash. Alright? So get ready, keyboard warriors. Prepare your fast fingers and let us have our next winner. Alright? Paalala po muli, mamaya saksihan ang pagkapanalo ng ating best presenter, oral presenter, at syempre ng kanilang research paper. Alright? Sige, get ready! And still you are watching Cluster 2 Research Plenum with the theme Distance Education and Beyond. We are being watched sa Facebook Live and YouTube live stream. Alright? So the next question is, ilan ang yung magka-partners na ha, ilang research topic ang pinresent ng Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. Alright, paki-chat, paunahan! Pakilagay na lang po ilan ang research topics na ipinresent ng Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. Yes, and we have from YouTube nanunood Ma'am Florites Labroda. Ayan, 7 ang kanilang pinresent. Yay! Gcash winner ka na, Ma'am Florites. Paki-screenshot na po. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Pasend na lang po sa akin, i-PM sa Facebook Messenger. Ayan po. Ang pangalan ko sa Messenger, RE space NT Rent. Ayan. Congratulations, Ma'am Labroda! Okay, don't forget to include your number ha sa Gcash ha. Hindi lang yung mag-PPM hi. Alright, our next school to present is Langkaan Elementary School. Here they are.
Good day. This is our action research, enhancing English language learners' motivation through online games. I am Mr. Victor Mora.
And I am Mrs. Rona Ticabando. I'm afraid to talk, kaya mabuting mag-mute na lang po ako. According to Edward D.C. and Richard Ryan, little children love to play and to learn. They are active, curious, and eager to engage their environments. And when they do, they learn. To some extent, adults also love to play and to learn. When people are playing and learning in this eager and willing way, they are intrinsically motivated. Throughout life, when they are in the healthiest states, they are active and interested. And intrinsically motivated behaviors that result help them acquire knowledge about themselves and the world. The above decisions believes that online games have a great educational value by offering students a fun-filled and non-stressful learning atmosphere. Teaching distance learning to younger learners games are important. Gamification is an integration of game elements and game thinking in activities that are not games. While playing games, the learners pay attention to the message rather than the correctness of linguistic forms to use. This reduces the anxiety and fear of being negatively judged in front of other people, which is one of the main factors preventing learners from using the English language in public. When the pupils try to unmute their microphone, it is observable. They're uncomfortable to speak and share their thoughts on air. Thus, limitation to exchanging of ideas between the host or teachers and the pupils needs to be given appropriate intervention. This paper introduces a teaching strategy to maintain and enhance pupils' motivation in speaking using English language by utilizing various methods that create an environment of competition, challenge, collaboration, and fun. All these things can be applied to online games, which have become the focus of our study.
The purpose of this paper is to investigate the potential of online games to facilitate learners learning English language and to describe how gamified learning enhances language learners' motivation. Intrinsic motivation served as the main factor in gamified learning, which is the main focus of our study. The research questions to be answered are as follows. What reasons make language learners want to play a learning game? 2. How engaging and motivating is it to play a learning game? 3. What factors to consider in participating and engaging in a language game?
The researchers used a quantitative descriptive design. The respondents were the officially enrolled grade 4 pupils under online distance learning modality. A total of 20 pupils were purposely chosen. In this research, we used literature review method to study and interpret the available research papers on the topic, to identify the nature of the basic concepts of our study and obtain the actual information about unified methods of language learning and their impact on motivation and engagement. To make it possible to answer the main questions addressed in the article, we also use a series of questionnaires, the one generated by the system to assess the game itself and feelings students can feel during the game, the one designed to assess students' motivation after a series of classes.
Games have been shown to be motivating as a result of their impact on cognitive, emotional, and social areas of players. Therefore, gamified learning tools should have special meaning for the user, the ability to inspire the user to master the topic, and it should be independent by providing a feeling of free choice. That is Kevin Werbark, 2012. Findings number 1. Pupils' opinions. Findings number 1. Pupils' opinions on the game system. The game was fun according to 80% of the respondents, whereas 20% of them didn't enjoy the game. However, all respondents, or 100%, believed that they had learned the intended grammar structure during the quiz game. Moreover, 90% of the respondents stated that they would recommend this learning tool. This shows that pupils are likely to be open and eager to learn through online gaming. Findings number 2. Immediate feedback about feelings. As it is shown in the table, majority of the respondents, or 60%, had positive feelings. 30% felt neutral, and quite a few learners, or 10%, felt negative. The limitations of e-learning from a pedagogical point of view are the fact that it cannot transmit emotion or engage the student as a teacher could. For this lack of feeling or emotional interaction, an e-learning system must compensate and try to stimulate learners with other means. According to FAG's behavior model, or FAG 2009, there was a high applicability in the case of human-computer interaction. Findings number 3. Language game experience and motivation. It shows clearly that the vast majority of the students are not familiar with online language games, and that they would be eager to use more this way of learning in the future. The findings also suggest that using word wall is a motivating tool that promotes learning. The above finding is supported by CAP that gamification is using game-based mechanics, aesthetics, and game thinking to engage people, motivate action, promote learning, and solve problems. That is CAP 2012. Finally, we tested the following components of intrinsic motivation: the desire to win, mastery, and purpose. Findings number 4, that is reasons of motivation. The reasons of playing the word wall game varied from the desire to win to the purpose. Positive emotions, immediate feedback, leaderboards, progress indicators, scaffolded learning, which all are the game elements used, seemed to be effective in motivating the learners. The desire to win was appreciated by about 60% of the learners, as the game itself is about winning. 35% of pupils were interested for the purpose and only 5% played for mastery. The use of game mechanics improves abilities to learn new skills by 40%. Game approaches lead to higher level of commitment and motivation of users as a result of their impact to cognitive, emotional, and social areas of players. According to Gov. Zeiserman, cited by GM 2013.
Online games can foster intrinsic motivation and help engage learners in learning activities. Gamification on the use of Wordle revealed the potential of delivering significant experiences to students and giving them incentives for their efforts. The use of online games showed that the relationship between a high energy level of fun, computation, and increased motivation. Intrinsic motivation was enhanced by the desire to win or get a reward.
Utilizing this component to introduce, revise, or consolidate the complex language contents impacts greatly to the objective of acquiring best results in the teaching-learning process. WordWall, on its free features to offer gamified learning experience, offers many other benefits, including more relaxed atmosphere in regard to failure, increased focus on the educational material, novel cognitive content for learners, and lifelong meaningful takeaways. Fun and competitiveness can provide additional intrinsic enhancement more long-term with the intrinsic one, but offer a combination of the two for a better performance. Gamification refers or offers the proper tools to generate positive change in behavior, according to FAB. These are the references. And
Thank you and mabuhay.
Thank you and mabuhay.
Good day, everyone. It has been over a year since the still ongoing COVID-19 pandemic disrupted normal life. Among those institutions that have been gravely affected is the country's education system. In an effort to ensure that the needs of learners are not neglected, in the so-called new normal, the Department of Education, or the DepEd, has implemented a series of adjustments which has now been simply referred to as the blended learning. Teachers must ensure that every learner are learning and no one is left behind in having a proper education, especially those low-performing pupils. This is Janet O. Fodog
and Lalaine D. Coso of Langkaan Elementary School, and we would like to present to you our action research entitled Numeracy Level and Attitude of Distance Learners on Mathematics, Basis for Intervention for Improvement of Their Skills in Division. In this time of pandemic that we are experiencing, teaching and learning resources are tailored to each pupil's ability and needs. It can be a form of learner's pocket, activity sheets, worksheets, or whatever suited to the needs and context of the diverse learners. Many pupils are low in performing both in computing, comprehending, and analyzing mathematics, particularly computation in division. They cannot solve them successfully without the help from the teachers and parents. The rest need to be guided to understand the process of solving basic operations and division. As stated in Division Memorandum Number 146 Series of 2020, suggested activities, teaching and learning resources in implementing modular distance learning delivery to ensure that the learners are guided in performing different activities within a week. All teachers shall prepare a specific weekly plan. This research paper creates and provides an intervention that suits the needs of pupils in this new normal education in developing the skills and numeracy among selected low-performing learners. Grade 2 teacher was created contextualized and localized booklet learning material intended for selected grade 2 low-performing learners. Also, teachers need to provide a monitoring chart to monitor the daily activities of low-performing learners. By reviewing and analyzing our action research, we thought of 4 questions that could work in this type of study. First, what is the numeracy level of selected grade 2 Pearl pupils in terms of skills and division? Second, what is the attitude of selected distance learners in terms of answering tasks or activities in their modules? Third, is there a significant relationship in numeracy level of distance learners and their attitude in answering the activities in mathematics? And finally, what intervention could be administered in order to improve numeracy level and division of selected grade 2 Pearl pupils? To address the aforementioned questions, this study will employ the descriptive research design. Descriptive research method, which is designed for the researchers to gather information about present existing conditions needed in the preferred field of study. The research specifically uses the descriptive research design using the survey questionnaire. The pupil respondents to this study are the 5 selected grade 2 Pearl pupils of Langkaan Elementary School who got very low scores during the week 1 to week 2 in the 3rd grading period with the competencies involving the division. Unfortunately, the respondents are unreachable due to the current situation brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. Instead, the researchers conducted a survey questionnaire through Google Form. Our respondents were given enough time to answer the questions. Moving forward, and let us move to the analysis of our study. Allow me to present to you the different tables and data that we have gathered throughout our action research. Table 1 shows respondents' score in division from 3rd grading period, week 1 and week 2. This table shows that there are 5 pupils respondents, and among 5 pupils, there are 3 pupils who are in the beginning level. These pupils in the beginning level are the target of the study. Hence, after that, these pupils are the problem of the teacher and focus when it comes to remedial sessions. Table 2 presents the results of the survey questionnaire about the attitude of pupils respondents in terms of answering their activities in modules. Based on the results, most pupils think well and calculate the given task and answers correctly to every learning task in division lessons with the score of 4.6. This means that most pupils' attitude in answering their modules are very good or fairly. Table 3 shows significant relationship in numeracy level of distance learners and their attitude in answering the activities in mathematics. It shows that pupil 1, pupil 2, and pupil 5, their attitude towards answering their modules results are sometimes that affect their numeracy wherein they are in the beginning level. Pupil 3 and pupil 4, on the other hand, are both proficient and have almost the same attitude towards answering their activities in their modules, wherein the results are always and fairly. This means pupil 1, pupil 2, and pupil 5 need to increase their numeracy level and attitude towards answering the activities in their modules. But to continue, may I call on my partner in this research presentation, Mrs. Janet O. Codo.
Based on the findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. First, it reveals that pupils who are in the beginning level do not yet understand and comprehend the specific knowledge and skills regarding the lessons in division. Thus, the focus should be increase the numeracy level of pupils by encouraging learners to study more and become independent. Second, the attitude of pupils in answering activities in their modules shows that most of the pupils think well and calculate the given task and answers correctly every learning task in division lessons. There are significant relationships in numeracy level and pupils' attitude toward answering their modules. It shows that pupil 1, pupil 2, and pupil 5, their attitude toward answering their modules results are sometimes that affect their numeracy wherein they are in the beginning level. And last, the daily monitoring chart help the teacher as well as the parents to monitor the attitudes and skills of pupils. In light of the findings and conclusions, the following are offered as recommendations. First, mathematics teachers need a design interactive and localized learning materials like booklets where pupils can answer which they can take wherever they go to improve the numeracy level, most especially those pupils who are in the beginning and prostration level. Parents are encouraged to get involved in their children's learning and their influence on their attitude towards study and also to improve pupils' academic performance. Mathematics teachers and parents are encouraged to make daily monitoring chart to improve pupils' study habits and encourage pupils to attend synchronous class and watch video lesson to improve their understanding skills, especially in division. And we have here created the action plan to improve the numeracy level and attitude of distance learners on mathematics to improve their skills in division. So this action plan assess numeracy skills of pupils in division, monitor pupils' attitude towards math, and design an interactive learning, localized learning materials for beginning and prostration level in division. I would like to present to you the sample contextualized and localized self-learning booklet that we will be using to our pupils to enhance and improve their numeracy level in mathematics. Those self-learning booklet is currently and continuously to be produced by teachers in grade 2. Subject for the evaluation of our mathematics coordinator together with our principal. These are the sample of our math booklet. Okay, this is also our monitoring chart. We're going to use this for the daily activities accomplished to enhance their skills as well as their study habits and to improve their academic performance. Okay, references of the are taken from the journals, website, circular, and legal basis. And that is the end of our action presentation. entitled Numeracy Level and Attitude of Distance Learners on Mathematics, Basis for Intervention for Improvement of Their Skills in Division. Thank you and God bless us all and keep safe.
Great morning, everyone. Good day, Sir Johnny Pomoseno. I am Charisma Kathleen F. Fabi of Langkan Elementary School. I and Ms. Agnes D. Nugit will be presenting our action research entitled Effectiveness of Online Communication Among Grade 4 Teachers and Learners in Facilitating Education During Pandemic. For the first part of our research paper, Ms. Agnes Nugit will be the presenter.
Thank you, Ma'am Fabi. Online learning is education that takes place over the internet. It is often referred to as e-learning among other distance learning terms. However, online learning is just a type of the umbrella term of any learning that takes place across distance and not a traditional classroom. One of the biggest challenges of most online learning is a way of communication. There is no interaction between learner and teacher. The experience will be different and the transition can be difficult for many learners. The second problem is motivation. Students start losing hope once they find a difficulty on online learning. It requires motivation to complete the task and engage students with their learning. Lack of motivation is common challenges for all students. Pupils should show up all the activities and learning during sessions, connects with friends and teachers for sharing and asking information. This action research is conducted to determine on how effective online communication among teachers and learners and establish positive impact to continue studying remotely at home. This study aims to explore whether online learning is effective for online communication among grade 4 teachers and learners in facilitating education during pandemic COVID-19 at Langkan Elementary School. Specifically, it sought to answer the following questions. Number 1, how does online communication among grade 4 learners and teachers affect education during pandemic? Number 2, how online communication among grade 4 teachers and learners in education institution can be improved? Number 3, what are the hindrances of online communication among grade 4 teachers and learners in facilitating education during COVID-19 pandemic? Number 4, does online communication can affect of the learners' participation of their productivity level as a whole? This study used a quantitative research which was conducted through semi-structured online survey due to the pandemic and COVID-19, which resulted in having lockdown and everyone have to stay home instead of distributing physical copies to the students inside the school campus of Langkan Elementary School. The study focused on effectiveness and online communication among grade 4 teachers and learners in facilitating education during COVID-19 pandemic of a sample of 10 pupils from grade 4 Emerald and all grade 4 teachers of Langkan Elementary School. Now here is Ma'am Fabi to present the data collection.
We conduct an online survey to both pupils and teachers of grade 4 in Langkaan Elementary School. A sample of 10 pupils from grade 4 Emerald wherein they are having an online class. The data was presented in pie graphs, figures, and tables. There were 5 questions asked to each pupil as well as teachers. The presentation shows that the pupils usually interacts with the lesson, wherein the average is 2.98. We also conduct an online survey for teachers. And here are the results. The first problem, how does online communication among grade 4 learners, teachers affect education during pandemic. We found out that as a result of the pupils survey, most of the pupils can hardly understand the discussions in the different activities through online communication. So we therefore conclude in the result above, the analyzed data and information received from students all agree with questions of this study. The majority still prefer classroom over online classes due to the many problems they face when taking online classes. The second problem, how online communication between grade 4 teachers and learners in educational institutions can be improved. We found out that some pupils could not participate in the discussion during the synchronous meeting. We therefore conclude motivate pupils to participate the activities during the discussion, connect with friends and teachers for sharing information. The third problem, what are the hindrances of online communication between grade 4 teachers and learners? We therefore we found out that as a result of the pupils survey, some pupils have poor Wi-Fi connection, decrease of communication among teachers and pupils. We therefore conclude teacher must communicate their pupils vice versa in formal or informal channel, provide high internet connection. On the fourth question, or on the fourth problem, does online communication can affect the learners' participation and their productivity level as a whole? We found out that according to the survey, online communication really affects the learners' participation in such a way that they have limited time in using their internet. We conclude that teachers need outstanding communication skills. They need listening, interpersonal, written and oral communication skills to promote comprehension of the teaching results and the ability to effectively fulfill their responsibilities. COVID-19 pandemic has a great challenge among teachers and learners for the new normal learning classes. Millions of children can't access essential services of learning all over the world because of this pandemic. The Department of Education implemented online distance learning classes to help pupils access essential services of learning. The school should make plans for the transition of new normal to maintain quality of education amidst pandemic. Here is our school action plan. First strategy, disseminate concepts and practices of online learning. Then, second, strengthen the use of social media and elements to support the online communication of learners. These are the references that we use in our action research. We recommend and encourage that teachers try their best to keep in touch with their pupils through online, reach out to each pupils in their classes individually if there is a sudden decrease in performance. It is best if the teacher communicates with their pupils vice versa in more formal or informal way. That's end our action research. Thank you and God bless us all.
Blessed morning, everyone, especially to Dr. John Nepomuceno for sharing his expertise, guidance, and untiring support in creating our research paper. I am Ma'am Dalia A. Vallejo from Langkaan Elementary School. Together with my partner, Ma'am Erica D. Dominguez, will be presenting our research entitled Step Up Card, a simplified approach to enhance pupils' performance in mathematics. It is thorough estimated that pupils' performance in mathematics this school year, 2020-2021, is relatively low because of distance learning. This type of learning where everyone is adjusting, especially the learners, resulted a big impact in their academic performance. On the other hand, Step Up Cards is designed to help instance or enhance the performance of non-numerate learners amidst the challenges in education brought by the pandemic, and to ensure that no child is left behind. This research offers an intervention to enhance non-numerate pupils' numeracy skills. Specifically, this paper will answer the following question. First, what is the numeracy skills of 5 non-numerate learners before utilizing step-up cards? Second, how effective is the utilization of step-up cards in enhancing the numeracy skills of non-numerate learners? This study used qualitative research method to determine the activity of step-up card on enhancing the numeracy skills of non-numerate learners. 5 identified non-numerate learners were asked to answer the given step-up cards for 5 consecutive weeks. After answering, the researcher checked and recorded their scores to find out if there is significant change in the academic performance of the said target participant. For the presentation of data, may I call on Ma'am Erica Dominguez to present the data. Ma'am Erica.
Thank you, Ma'am Dals. Utilizing the designed step-up card provided the researchers a comprehensive understanding of the study. The data gathering procedure will be conducted through answering the given step-up card. This will be given to 5 identified non-numerate learners. After 5 consecutive weeks, the said card will be checked and recorded by the researchers to determine if there is a significant change in the academic performance of the said target participants. Through observation from the retrieved modules, the researchers will determine whether the step-up card is effective in improving their academic performance. So from the data we gathered, Table 1 shows the test results of non-numerate learners using the prescribed module wherein the scores of 5 non-numerate learners are relatively low. For the second table, it shows that the comparison of test results of non-numerate learners using step-up cards and modules wherein there is a significant change in their academic performance. It can be shown that the pupils' numeracy skills somehow improved after utilizing step-up cards. To address our problem, here is the first problem. What is the numeracy skills of 5 non-numerate learners before utilizing step card? We found out that the numeracy skills of non-numerate learners are relatively low. So we therefore conclude that the results showed that before utilizing the step-up card, there is no significant change in the numeracy skills of identified 5 non-numerate learners. Second problem, how effective is the utilization of step-up cards in enhancing numeracy skills of non-numerate learners? We found out from the results of the data gathered, the numeracy skills of non-numerate learners improved after using step-up cards. We therefore conclude that after using the step-up card as intervention, numeracy skills of non-numerate learners have improved. This proves that the continued use of a step-up card will help in enhancing the numeracy skills of the non-numerate learners. It will also boost their confidence as well as develop the love for mathematics. To further enhance the academic performance of our learners, especially in mathematics, here is our suggested action plan. First, acquire knowledge about simplified teaching strategies in mathematics. Second, enhance the numeracy skills of non-numerate learners. And third, design an appropriate intervention material to enhance the numeracy skills of non-numerate learners. In conducting our action research, here are our references. That ends our presentation. Thank you and God bless.
A pleasant day to our PSDS, Dr. Johnny Pomoseno, and to our co-presenters. I am Eileen D. Huerto.
And I'm Christina Pipantoy.
We are from Langkan Elementary School, and we are presenting our action research entitled The Effectiveness of Blended Learning on Academic Achievement of Grade 4 Pupils in Araling Panlipunan during COVID-19 Pandemic School Year 2020-2021. May I call on my partner in this research, Mrs. Cristina Bandoy, to continue the presentation.
As the World Health Organization officially declared the coronavirus disease or COVID-19 as a pandemic in March 2020, different countries and regions around the world were affected due to the health protocols and implementation to mitigate the outspread of the virus. With this, social gatherings such as attending schools were prohibited in the Philippines. The Department of Education, or DepEd, through its Secretary Leonor Briones, were committed to make education available and thriving even in the most difficult time. DepEd responded through formulated learning continuity plan, wherein the learners are given materials or access resources and are undertaking self-directed study in their homes or in other venues. Moreover, the schools may implement their chosen learning delivery modality, catering to the varying yet specific situation of their learners, to reach them all and at the same time ensure their health, safety, and well-being. With the new normal teaching and adapted learning for learners, there are still learning modalities that can be determined to be effective in the learning process. Therefore, this study aimed to determine the effectiveness of blended learning on academic achievement of grade 4 pupils during COVID-19 pandemic. The researchers seek to find the answers to the following questions. First, is there a significant difference in the pre-test, post-test between the treatment group who were exposed to blended learning and the comparison group who were taught the modular instruction modality? Second, how effective is blended learning to the students and the schools implementing it in their learning convenience and flexibility? And third, what are the consequences encountered on the blended learning modalities by the teachers? The creative problems were to find out if there is effectiveness of the blended learning other to the modalities. The researcher used a quasi-experimental design to establish cause and effect relationship between an independent and dependent variable. According to the study of Yan and Lee, the gender is an important factor in enjoying using technological tools in learning. Group discussion encouraged students to interact more. The study employed quasi-experimental research design wherein intact classes were utilized to determine the effect of blended learning on academic achievement of public elementary schools pupils in grade 4 in the school year 2020-2021. The researchers later made accurate interpretation of the gathered data with the aid of statistical methods. May I call on my partner, Mrs. Eileen Huerto, for the continuation.
In the data collection, the pupils and selected teachers are respondents of this study. There are 25 grade 4 learners given a pre-test and post-test in the modular and blended learning. The teachers answered a questionnaire about the effectiveness of blended learning to the students to achieve the mastery of the lesson. This figure shows the pre-test and the post-test results taken by the 25 grade 4 pupils of Langkan Elementary School. The figure shows achievement percentage of 72.13 in the pre-test and 79.73 achievement percentage in the post-test result. The result shows increase in the percentage scores in the pre-test and post-test. Table 2 shows the result in learning convenience and flexibility is therefore effective to students in blended learning. Table 3 shows that rank result in the problems encountered by the teachers in blended learning. Problem. First, is there a significant difference in the pre-test, post-test between the treatment group who were exposed to blended learning and the comparison group who were taught the modular instruction modality? Our findings are, as a result of the data, there was improvement in the test scores given to the pupils in the blended learning. And we concluded that it shows that performance of the pupils in the blended learning were increased. Second problem, how effective is blended learning to the students in schools in implementing it in learning convenience and flexibility? Our findings shows that as noticed on the data, blended learning gives to the pupils to learn at their home was rated effective and weighted high among the others. And therefore, we conclude that the following rank as learners convenient and safety for the learning. Blended learning gives safety to their homes, access the materials needed, and needs more time to study. The convenience of the learners at home and others follows. Third problem, what are the consequences encountered on the blended learning modalities by the teachers? We found out that monitoring of learners' performance followed by communication between teachers, learners, and parents, teachers, students, internet stability and connection was most consequences encountered on the blended learning modalities. And therefore, we conclude that daily monitored by the teachers with the help of the parents, parents, the activities given to the learners. Posting announcements in chat groups, SMS, and other source of communication to interact with them and to provide high internet stability are needed. To ensure the effectiveness of blended learning on the academic achievement of grade 4 pupils in Araling Panlipunan during COVID-19 pandemic, here is our suggested action plan. Build school capacity to support the use of blended learning approach through open forum about the best practicum on the blended learning. Second, develop faculty capacity to harmonize educational technologies into teaching and learning through strengthening the technological support to pupils in the use of learning technology. And last, heighten the quality and outcomes of the pupils' learning experiences by providing the virtual retooling with appropriate framework for supporting blended learning. And here are the list of our references.
And that's the end of our action research presentation entitled The Effectiveness of Blended Learning on Academic Achievement of Grade 4 Pupils in Araling Panlipunan during COVID-19 pandemic school year 2020-2021. God bless all and safe.
Reading is a multifaceted process involving word recognition, comprehension, fluency, and motivation. It is not a simple passive process of linear reading of words and internalizing their meaning one at a time. It is a complex interaction between the text and the reader, shaped by the reader's prior knowledge and attitude. A blessed day to all of us.
My name is Sharon F. Fatingana. I would like to introduce my partner in this research, Mrs. Melanie E. Menjola. We are grade 1 teachers of Langkaan Elementary School. We are going to present to you our research entitled FAST, the Family and School Tie-Up for Reading Development, a program designed to enhance reading development of grade 1 pupils. In DepEd Memorandum Number 173 Series of 2019, dated November 22, 2019, from Secretary Leonor Magtolis Briones, DepEd Central Office, entitled Hamon, Bawat Bata Bumabasa. The 3Bs initiative will help strengthen the Every Child a Reader program, or ECARP, which primarily aims to equip learners with reading skills to make them proficient and independent readers in their grade level. The policy stated above that to make every learner a proficient reader, schools across the country are tasked to help learners develop their reading skills. Reading promoting practices such as ECARP can significantly reduce struggling and non-reader pupils by giving them tools in every stage. In this time of pandemic, distance learning is very challenging, especially to our grade 1 pupils, as well as teachers, to conduct reading and effective interventions to be used to uplift the level of reading skills. This stage is very crucial as it is the foundation of reading. This school year 2020-2021, the population of non-readers are expected to arise because of distance learning. FAST Family and School Tie-Up for Reading Development was designed to help our grade 1 pupils to enhance their reading skills. This research paper will help our school, teachers, and parents for the development of grade 1 pupils. This will enhance pupils' reading ability and to increase their vocabulary and comprehension. This research paper presents effective interventions that will suit to the needs of our non-readers. For the statement of the problem, this research aimed to enhance the reading abilities and skills of selected grade 1 pupils to make them proficient and independent readers in their grade level. The data collected from the study will be summarized and no individual persons will be knowingly identifiable from the summarized results. Quantitative research design was used to collect and analyze numerical data. In this part, we use a diagram to show the percentage from section A and B that we use as our respondents. A group of 23 grade 1 struggling pupils from section A and B, composed of 13 boys and 10 girls, were selected as participants of this study during the school year 2020-2021. The field area reading materials was used as the researcher's instrument to determine the reading status of the pupils. The descriptive method of research was used in this study to determine the effectiveness of program, family, and school tie-up for reading development. The study aimed to determine the effectiveness of above-mentioned program to enhance the reading abilities and skills among grade 1 pupils. Furthermore, the study also investigated if there is existing significant difference on the effectiveness on the average of grade 1 readers before and after interventions. The pupils' reading status were coded, tabulated, analyzed, and interpreted. The data obtained from the results of the study were categorized and statistically analyzed and interpreted with the following tools. Frequency counts. This was used to determine the number of respondents in the classified group. T-test. This was used to evaluate whether there exists any significant difference between the means of the two groups set at 0.05 level of significance. For the next slides, Mrs. Menjola will show and discuss the other part of our research.
A blessed day to all of us. Thank you, Ma'am Sharon Fatingana. I'm going to show to you the next part of our research, which is the findings. But before we go to the findings, let us see what are the research questions. First question is, what is the reading performance of grade 1 pupils before the reading intervention? Second question, what is the reading performance of grade 1 pupils after the intervention? So here are the findings. The reading status of grade 1 pupils was used as the researcher's instrument to determine the level of enhancement reading abilities and skills among grade 1 pupils. In this slide, we have two tables here. The number of pupils from section A and B before and after intervention. Table 1 is the data of participants before intervention. As you can see, we have 23 participants, struggling readers. The pre-reading status results of grade 1 were recorded before the start of the program. After 3 months, it was monitored and documented. So we have interventions here. The intervention used was, first, we organized Slack session on how to teach reading to the parents of participants. Second, we distributed different reading materials according to their level of reading awareness. Third, we also monitored reading progress of pupils weekly. So those are the interventions used. Table 2 shows the data of participants after intervention. So we have here 11 struggling readers from section A and B. For our conclusion to this research, according to the results of this study, the following conclusions are drawn. The results show that our 83 grade 1 pupils, there are 23 obtained a struggling performance before the intervention. Second, it also showed that only 11 respondents exhibited a struggling performance after intervention. This means that giving interventions about reading can be a great help among pupils to enhance their reading abilities and develop their comprehension level. Therefore, more encouragement will be offered to the pupils to boost their interest in reading. For our recommendation, first, since there's a significant difference in the reading performance of the pupils after intervention, a strong motivation, encouragement, and accurate strategies in reading intervention should be given to the pupils with poor reading skills for further develop their comprehension to become better and independent pupils at their instructional level. Second, using effective reading intervention strategies is the key when working with our struggling readers. It's only what we teach that matters. The way we teach, it has a huge impact to student learning. Using reading intervention strategies that work can be difference in helping our struggling readers learn to read. So this third, teachers should maintain their effectiveness by attending seminar, workshop, conference, and other educational program about reading for them to be familiar of the innovative approaches and effective techniques in teaching reading. So these are the references we use, taken from journals, websites, circular, and a legal basis. So that ends our presentation. Again, my name is Melanie Menjola and my partner Sharon F. Fatingana saying thank you and stay safe. Bye.
I'm Mitzi Nazarin G. Octaviano.
And I'm Maribin M. Valdez.
Today, we're going to present to you our action research entitled Identifying the Challenges Faced Among Modular Distance Learners to Improve Their Study Habits.
For the introduction, due to the community health crisis brought about by the pandemic, there is a demand for the Department of Education to come up with a concrete strategies in delivering quality, accessible, relevant, and liberating education. In response to this, DepEd developed Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan to ensure that learning opportunities are provided to learners in a safe manner through different learning delivery, as stated in DepEd Order Number 18, Series of 2020. City Schools Division of Dasmariñas released a memorandum stating that schools and community learning centers can decide on the specific learning delivery modality which may be deemed appropriate in their context. The division adopted modular distance learning as one of its modality that will be implemented for this school year to make learning happen amidst pandemic. This adoption requires the teachers to allocate their time in different activities. The teachers take the responsibility of monitoring the progress of the learners. There is a need to be ensured that the learners are well guided and performing assigned tasks in various subject areas within the week, as stated in the prepared weekly home learning plan given to them. It demands learners good study habit in order to surpass successfully this school year. They needed to develop a sense of responsibility in accomplishing tasks provided in the module. With little or no assistance from others and progress on their own, they are learning how to learn. They are empowered. Embracing the modular distance delivery modality is very new among parents and learners, particularly in elementary level. Parents plays a very important role in the learning process since they would be the one to facilitate and guide their children through the modular lessons while doing the remote learning. According to SUMUA, distance learning can only become successful when students have a clear view of their abilities, have good study habits, and are able to use effective study skills. Based on the given situation, the school is taking consideration all the challenges brought about by this new normal education in order to come up with course of action that will resolve contributing factors affecting study habits of learners. This action research aims to develop an intervention that will work out on the improvement of the study habits of modular distance learners, which will focus on giving daily activity monitoring chart based on the identified challenges faced among MDL learners that will guide and track them so that their study habit will be established. This research sought to answer the following questions. First, what are the performance or general average of the pupil respondents in school year 2019-2020 prior to MDL or during face-to-face, and school year 2020-2021 first quarter and second quarter during MDL scheme? Second, what is the difference between the performance of the pupil respondents prior and during the MDL scheme? Third, what are the study habits of the pupil respondents prior and during to the modular distance learning scheme? Fourth, what are the challenges and contributing factors faced among modular distance learner respondents that affects their study habits? Fifth, what intervention to be done to improve the study habits of the pupil respondents under modular distance learning scheme? In order to achieve the objective of this research, descriptive type of research was utilized. One of the intentions of the researchers in conducting this study is to improve the study habit of previously honor pupils during face-to-face but eventually become low-performing during modular distance learning through coming up with an intervention activity which will be based on the challenges they are facing. Questionnaire and individual in-depth interview are the primary instrument used in data gathering in this research.
For findings, conclusion, and recommendation. Problem number 1. What are the performance general average of the pupil respondents in school year 2019-2020 prior to the MDL face-to-face and school year 2020-2021, first quarter and second quarter during modular distance learning. It was found out that the student respondents A, B, and C obtained a general average of 91%, 91%, and 91% respectively during face-to-face, but gotten 85%, 88%, and 84% subsequently, which explain that respondents performed better during face-to-face compared to their performance during modular distance learning. It was concluded that the performance of the respondents from school year 2020-2021 modular distance learning decreased significantly compared to school year 2019-2020 face-to-face. Learners performed better during face-to-face than modular distance learning. For recommendation, teachers must always administer a root cause analysis or investigation to trace the reasons why their learners who can perform well in the previous school year and eventually performed less in order to save the study habits of the learners. For problem number 2, what is the difference between the performance of the pupil respondents prior, face-to-face, and during the MDL scheme? It was found out that the performance of student A, B, and C decreased by 6%, 3%, and 7% individually. The performance of the respondents have a significant decrease from face-to-face to modular distance learning. For the conclusion, there is a substantial difference in pupil respondents' performance during face-to-face compared to modular distance learning, which need intervention to address the factors that affects their performances. For recommendation, the teacher, with the help of the parents, must immediately address when the performance of the learner is significantly decreasing to prevent it from getting lower. For problem number 3, what are the study habits of the pupil respondents prior face-to-face and during the modular distance learning scheme? Health, time management, attitude, concentration, goal setting, academic stress, preparation, follow-up, and using of resources. For the findings, the study habit of student A, B, and C during face-to-face are 4.56 outstanding, 4.53 outstanding, and 4.60 outstanding successively. However, the study habits of student A, B, and C during MDL are 3.46 satisfactory, 3.58 very satisfactory, and 3.48 satisfactory consecutively. Their study habits degrade from outstanding during face-to-face into satisfactory and very satisfactory during MDL. For the conclusion, learners' study habits reflects to their academic performance during face-to-face, wherein they were awarded with honors. Academic performances increased when students use effective study habits. Conversely, during modular distance learning, their inadequate study habits resulted in poor learning performance. For recommendation, after identifying the weakness of learners' study habits, teacher must come up with intervention that will address the recognized things to improve on pupils' study habits. Problem number 4, what are the challenges and contributing factors faced among modular distance learner respondents that affects their study habits? For the findings, the common challenges faced among student A, B, and C are: number 1, noisy environment that cause him or her unable to concentrate. Number 2, difficult subjects. Number 3, need to read lots of information. Number 4, subjects use English as medium. Number 5, having no teacher who can assist immediately when needed. Number 6, hesitant to ask questions to the teacher. Number 7, unavailability of family to assist. Most contributing factors that affect their study habits are: number 1, regular and uncontrollable using of gadgets. Number 2, having no teacher that will explain the lesson. And number 3, missed activities and online class. For the conclusion, based on the study, it can be concluded that most of our MDL learners are being challenged by the new learning environment they have at home. They are also having difficulty in their subjects, knowing that they need to read a lot in order to comprehend the module and answer the activities, because there is no teacher who can immediately address their difficulties. Moreover, if there's no family member that could help them. Includes here the presence of contributing factor that may affect their performance, such as gadgets and other distractions. For recommendation, teacher must have a written agreement with parents when it comes to the learning environment at home and the person who will guide them during the homeschooling. Teacher must have consultation time schedule for each learner so that they have time to ask their questions or queries without hesitance. Activities in all subject areas must be lessened. Pupils with access to internet should be encouraged to attend synchronous classes. For problem number 5, what intervention to be done to improve the study habits of the pupil respondents under modular distance learning scheme? It was found out that the respondents need a daily monitoring chart as well as a written agreements with parents to address the challenges faced among respondents to improve their study habits and academic performances. For conclusion, MDL learners need a daily monitoring chart to monitor thoroughly the study habits of learners to keep their academic performance with written agreements with parents to address the challenges faced them. And for the recommendation, there must be a thorough administration of daily monitoring chart for MDL learners to monitor their study habits and academic performance. Here's the constructed daily monitoring chart for the students to improve their study habits. For our references,
again, I'm Marilyn M. Valdez.
I'm Mitzi Nazarene G. Octaviano.
Thank you for listening.
God bless and keep safe.
Good day, everyone. Here comes the most exciting part of our research clinic and the most awaited moment of all the Cluster 2 teacher researchers, the presentation of their finished study. I and my partner decided to make a study about the factors affecting learning habits and reading literacy level among beginning readers. Yours truly, Rosana Remulian, with Rosalinda Esteban from Langkan Elementary School, are proud to present to you our output. In accordance to DepEd Memorandum number 173, series of 219, known as Hamon Bawat Bata Bumabasa, or the what we call 3Bs initiative, a priority in DepEd's quest for quality education. The 3Bs initiative encourages all the DepEd offices and schools to intensify their advocacies for reading, to make every learner a reader at their grade level, and capacitate teachers to become effective reading instructors. In consonance with this, We in Langkaan Elementary School are trying our best for the benefit of our children. The Tribis initiative grounded on the needs of the learners and will develop succeeding intervention for them to acquire reading and comprehension skills. The initiative recommends elements of reading that learners must understand and be able to use in combination to learn how to read. Accordingly, in this new normal, modular and online distance learning are mostly implemented in school. Our school materialized the said modalities. And as expected, it calls for a comprehensive approach and broader role of teachers, parents, and other household members to support the learning process of the pupils at home. In grade 1 Ruby, it is noticeable that parents are facing different issues and struggles to support the learning of their children. As a result, pupils are obliged to change their learning habits due to school closures radically along with a given scenario of the parents. Furthermore, because of the change of the learning environment, they cannot quickly adapt into the new normal setup of learning. Thus, their early reading skills are affected as well. Pupils have to confront the challenging task in remote learning. The study carries out to analyze indeed certain circumstances faced by pupils in the new normal of education, influencing the learners' learning habits as well as their reading literacy. The implication of this study can guide the teachers to plan and deliver suitable instruction interventions. For this time, here is my partner, Mrs. Rosalinda Esteban, to continue the presentation of our research.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Good day once again, everyone. It is really my great privilege to participate with this kind of event. And to proceed further, so what was really the problem? There were such certain circumstances faced by pupils and parents in this new normal of education that influenced their learning habits as well as their reading literacy. Specifically, the most dominant issue faced by parents affecting the learning habits of grade 1 would be how these issues affect the reading literacy of the beginning readers and certain actions undertaken by the teacher to provide and meet the necessary learning of the pupils, specifically on their reading development. To address the aforementioned research concern, a descriptive survey design was used because it best served to answer the questions and purpose of the study. The respondents of this study came from the grade 1 section Ruby of Langkaan Elementary School. They were selected to be part of this research based on their reading status, which is struggling. A purposive sampling procedure was used, hence 10 respondents of this study were selected. A researcher-made questionnaire was utilized to elicit information among the respondents. The researchers sought for permission and approval of the parents and school principal for that study. After given permission, the researchers clarified the purpose to the parents and explained to them to answer it with all honesty. The survey questionnaires were distributed to the 10 pupils respondents with their parents' assistance. After respondents had answered the survey, retrieval of the questionnaires followed. Then consolidation of the result, interpretation, and data analysis was covered in this phase. And so for the outcomes of this study, in terms of parents' main issue in modular distance learning, it was found out that parents had only less time to assist on their child's daily tasks, reading tasks, due to lot of work at home. In terms of the issues affecting the learning tasks of the pupils,
came out that parents were unavailable to assist and that no one can assist on the learning and the reading tasks of the pupils at home. Another one also, pupil cannot focus to study because of some distractions. It also came out that pupil has lack of knowledge in how to read. And with regard to the actions undertaken by the teacher, it revealed that the teacher communicated regularly to the parents and pupils, then instructed in an organized manner. In addition, the teacher also explained the importance of reading habits and gave some reading materials to be used at home, and also found out that reading time was being applied in any subject area before the start of the main topic. This study has shown that parental involvement really has an effect to the learning of the children, especially on the reading literacy development. Parents in this new normal had to play a significant role and a huge help for the development of their children. In this case, consistent communication of the teacher to the pupils and parents is a must to track their achievement and learning tasks in this new normal. Teacher was able to learn more about the status of the child's reading and some other needs. This study concludes that parent is the main factor that affect the learning of the pupils in this new normal. Now, that what could be to be recommended? First is to strengthen parental involvement on children's education, to assist and continue the intervention given. Then, with the regular communication between the teacher and parents to track the child's reading skills and learning habits. And so for our proposed action plan, as our first objective, which is to improve parents and family engagement on child's education, here are some strategies or activities to increase parent involvement. We can do a home visit if possible in your area and establish multiple ways to train parents in grade level and ways to support their children by giving them online advice videos. And having also scheduled virtual conferences, parents and teacher regularly meet and engage each other. It will be a year-round time frame, actively involved with the principal, teacher, parents, and invited guest speaker. Parents will become more engaged in their child's education as it's expected out. And for our next objective, which is to build an open communication between teacher and parents, some desired activities to be done at first is to make parents feel valuable. We should also have our pupils information sheet. Another one is parents surveys that contain information and helps the teacher get to know the pupil as a person and as a learner that can be used also in planning a lesson. Last are having schedules, parent conferences also, wherein teacher should be flexible as possible since parents can only meet in different time. It will be a year-round time frame, getting involved with the principal, teacher, parents, and speakers, with its expected output that the academic performance of the children and the achievement of his or her study will be improved and provide great feeling of community. And here are the references of our study. And that's the end of our presentation. Have a blessed day, everyone. Thank you.
All right. And you are still with us at the Cluster 2 Research Plenum with the theme Distance Education and Beyond. Ayan po, no? So tatlong paaralan na ang nag-present ng kanilang research. So ngayon naman po, dalawa na lang na paaralan ang ating masasaksihan. Alright? Dahil sa sobrang sikat na ng ating nasa Facebook Live at YouTube Live, meron tayong 73,000 viewers. Ayan, congratulations po sa atin. And I can see here, kanina pala, no, may nanonood na taga-Division of Cotabato. Ayan, maraming salamat po sa panunood ng ating live stream sa Research Plenum. Kanina nga, ito po, no, watching from NCES SDO Cotabato. Ano po ang kumpletong pangalan ng NCES? Ayan po, Ma'am Delia Estelioso. Patype na lang po ang kumpletong pangalan ng inyong paaralan para ma-mention po kayo dito sa ating Research Plenum na live stream. Alright. And I know na kayo ay nandyan pa para naman i-boost ang ating yung emosyon at yung energy ng ating mga presenters sa Langkaan 2 National High School at sa Vicente P. Villanueva. Ayan po, may mga nagtatype na kanina yung taga Kalamba. Ayan, shout out sa Kalamba, mga taga SDO Kalamba. Alright, magbasa muna tayo ng konti para medyo hindi naman tayo natututok agad, no? So, yung iba pwedeng mag-washroom break. Ayan. From Janet Codo, congratulations, Ma'am Osan and Ma'am Rose. From Ma'am Dalima, congratulations to my teacher, Ma'am Rosana R. Remulla and Ma'am Rose. Ayan, meron ding nanonood. Mabuhay, SEOs Dasmariñas City, Province of Cavite. Ayan, pinagpalang buhay po sa ating lahat. At sa mga nag-washroom na nag-health break, naku, mukhang hindi kayo aabot sa ating Gcash na contest ulit, no? Ayan. So, panibagong katanungan, sino ang sunod na mananalo ng Gcash? Yung iba ay nag-send na. So, parang yung isa hindi pa po nag-message sa akin. Pag-message na po yung kaninang nanalo nung umaga, para po ma-send na sa inyo ang Gcash worth of 1 peso. Charot lang. Okay, congratulations again at maraming salamat kay Doc Jan Nepomuceno, our Public Schools District Supervisor, our Education Program Supervisor, Ma'am Marites Manicio, the CID Chief, Dr. Gemma G. Cortez. Maraming salamat sa pag-sponsor ng Gcash. Last time, nag-sponsor din si Ma'am Gemma at ang mga supervisors ng Gcash sa ating mga Moodle course creators. Wow, galante. Ayan, at syempre nanonood rin ang ating hepe sa School Governance and Operations Division, Dr. Emmanuel L. Resurrection. Hello, sir. Ayan po. Ready na ba kayo sa ating sunod na tanong para sa Gcash? Ayan, pakitype nga. Okay, kung ready na or excited kayong matunghayan ang Langkaan 2 National High School. Woo! Ayan na! Yay! Langkaan 2 National High School na! Go! Congrats in advance. Ayan, ang principal po, Ma'am Rochelle Baisan. Pinagpalang buhay, Ma'am Baisan. Naku, mukhang walang ready para manalo ng Gcash. Ayan, meron na. Okay, are you ready? Lodi ko yan si Doc Jan. Wow, lodi pala ni Ma'am Pera si Doc Jan. Yes, idolo yan ng bayan. Ayan. From Ma'am Marites, napaka-relevant, inclusive, at timely ang mga researches. No? Congratulations. Yes, sabi ko nga nung una, no, pag hindi pa ako masyado na-engage sa research, parang ano nga yung use niya, parang napapagod ako. Pero nung pinapakinggan ko sila, talagang napaka-relevant nga at magagamit natin siya sa darating na school year, no? At saka yung mga proponents ng mga programa ay maaaring itong gamitin para sa pag-improve nila. Alright? So next question for the Gcash. Ready? Alright. Ano pong paaralan ang nag-present kanina lamang? Ayan, yung katatapos lamang. Pakitype lamang po at pamay na lang po ng mga halaman sa likod. Naku, mukhang merong 5 to 10 second delay talaga, oh. Sino kaya ang mananalo ng another GCash from our Cluster 2 sponsors. Ayan. Nako, dinagsa. Tignan natin mabuti, baka malagpasan ko. Ang unang nag-appear sa aking screen ay si Ma'am Memem Bumanlag, Langkaan Elementary School. Yes! Ma'am Bumanlag, Memem Bumanlag, pa-screenshot na lang ng ating, yan, ng screen. Ayan. Screenshot 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. SSD na po. I-PM po ako sa aking Facebook account, RE_NT. Pasend po ng screenshot and your GCash number. Alright. Congratulations. Mamaya mas marami pa. Okay, worth 1,000 claps. Hindi na natin patatagalin pa at nandito na excited ang Team Baisan, ayan, ng Langkaan 2 National High School. Narito sila.
Good day, everyone. It is our honor to present our research work entitled Students' Learning Style Using Moodle as Online Learning Platform. I'm Melanie Veluz Arasain.
I am Romelo Ruiz Butastas from Langkaan National High School. In 2020, as we were busy with our daily routine, we were not aware that something would happen that will alter the way we live, and that includes education. As COVID-19 disrupts the teaching and learning process, schools are given the task to identify what kind of modality best suits their student to ensure the continuity of learning. In the search for the best modality, Langkaan National High School conducted a survey among their students, asking them what modality they prefer. That is why Langkaan National High School adopted online learning. This is congruent with the Division Office Learning Management System, the Moodle. The school gives a unique account for every student and teacher to use. With the rise of different online platforms, investigating the effect of these styles on their intentions to use for learning has become even more important. It shows that the use of online learning as expected based on Deped Order number 012, series of 2020, entitled Adaptation of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan for School Year 2020-2021 in light of the COVID-19 public health emergency, affects the learning style of students. This study aims to answer the following question. Number 1, what is the profile of the respondents in terms of age and gender? Question number 2, in reference to the profile of the respondents, how do they perceive Moodle as an online learning platform in relation to the following learning style? 1, visual. 2, kinesthetic. 3, verbal. 4, auditory. 5, logical. 6, social. And 7, solitary. Question number 3, based on the findings, what intervention could be developed to address the students' needs? For the methodology, descriptive research design with quantitative research method was used. Purposive sampling technique was used, where 16 students currently enrolled in grade 9, handled by the researchers, were chosen to participate in the survey. For the data collection, permission from the head of the school and guidance counselor was sought. The researcher distributed the self-generating survey questionnaire using Google Form link. Answers were analyzed by the researchers. For the profile of the respondents, 68% are 15 years old, while 12% are 14 and 16 years old, and 8% are 17 years old. For the gender of the respondents, 65% are female and 37% are male.
In terms of learning style, the finding shows that most of the respondents are verbal learners. They learn through speech and in writing, such as reading and speaking. It has the highest mean of 4.31 and standard deviation of 0.60, interpreted as above average. It followed by the visual learning, where they learn with pictures and image. It has a mean of 4.06 and a standard deviation of 1.06, interpreted as above average. Auditory learning is also on the third rank. They tend to learn with sounds and music. It has a mean of 3.88 and a standard deviation of 1.09, interpreted as above average. And also the solitary. They learn to work by themselves, or the so-called self-study. It has also the mean of 3.88 and the standard deviation of 1.02, interpreted as above average. Based on the findings, the following intervention can be used during online learning classes: reread and rewrite notes, including summaries; use verbal teaching and writing activities; ask the respondent to discuss or present; use acronyms; role-playing; use the picture this strategy; color code and organize any material to provide the learners organize their things to their mind; use visual aids; record a video lessons; encourage your students to participate in discussion; get the students to pair up and explain concept to each other; suggest reading their notes back to themselves; provide individual problem-solving exercise; give the class way to track their progress; and suggest links between what they have previously learned to know and the new concept. The conclusion shows that the profile, according to age and gender, shows that most of the learning style of the respondents are visual, verbal, auditory, and solitary when using Moodle as online learning platform. It is recommended that teachers should recognize the learning style of their students in their classes for them to know the best way to teach them using online learning platforms. The interventions stated based on the findings of this study are also recommended. For the action plan, disseminate the result of the research for possible implementation. It can be done during inset or in-lock session. Recognize the learning style of students to provide suited teaching strategies, and compile the activities with instruction, materials needed, and mechanics. This can be done by the teachers. Make an evaluation study on the effectiveness of the recommendations mentioned after implementation. This can be done by teachers and the researchers. The following references are the researchers used upon doing the said action research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for listening.
Good day.
I'm Jocelyn Alvarez.
I'm Remelin M. Matibag.
Teachers from Lacanto National High School.
We are here to present to you our action research on
measure the effect of reading intervention to the selected struggling readers.
To start with, here is my partner.
Introduction. In pursuant to the Department of Education Order Number 14, Series of 2018,
policy guidelines on the administration of the revised Philippine Informal Reading Inventory, all schools are mandated to come up with a reading intervention that will uplift the reading level of the learners. The policy clearly supports Every Child a Reader program, which aims to make every Filipino child a reader and a writer at their grade level. This research aims to measure the effectiveness of the reading intervention and offers reading strategies to the selected struggling grade 7 learners. Statement of the problem. The purpose of the researchers are to focus on the following problems. 1. What are the reading difficulties of the selected grade 7 learners? 2. What are the reading strategies used to uplift the reading level of the grade 7 learners? 3. What are the challenges of the selected grade 7 learners and teachers in the conduct of the reading intervention in this new normal? 4. How effective is this reading intervention to the teachers and struggling learners in the new normal? Methodology. To address the aforementioned questions, the study employed qualitative and descriptive research design. Sampling. The investigation is conducted at Langkaran National High School batch 2020 to 2021. The 10 selected grade 7 struggling respondents are in modular and online classes. Basic sampling is utilized to employ a variety of methods upon the preliminary reading assessment in the total population of the grade 7 learners. Data collection. Gathering data and information takes 10 weeks from March 19, 2021 to May 21, 2021. Respondents are given reading materials, a short quiz, tally sheets, form is used for them to measure their comprehension level. Screenshots and voice records are also acknowledged in analyzing the effectiveness of the reading intervention. Statistical. The study utilized frequency and percentage to describe the most common difficulties and challenges experienced by the selected grade 7 students and reading strategies used by the teachers in the intervention program. To determine the effectiveness of the reading program, the study used a weighted mean that shows below.
Hi, I'm going to present to you the problem, findings, conclusion, and recommendations of our research. Number 1, what are the reading difficulties of the selected grade 7 learners? Based on our findings, Table 1 shows that poor comprehension, which is 40%, got the highest percentage in the reading difficulties experienced by the selected grade 7 learners. For our conclusion, out of 10 respondents, 4 of them have reading difficulties in terms of poor comprehension. And to address this problem, our recommendation is the teacher must enhance instructional reading materials with the learner's interest and give some rewards to motivate the reading habits. For our second problem, what are the reading strategies used to uplift the reading level of the grade 7 learners? Table 2 shows that 50% of active ideas are used by the teachers to uplift the reading level of the selected struggling grade 7 learners. For our conclusion, the reading strategy used to uplift the reading level of the selected grade 7 learners is mostly in active ideas. For our recommendations, we researchers suggest reading teachers to use adequate and different reading strategies to keep the learners highly motivated and engaged to increase the extent of their reading comprehension. For our third problem, what are the challenges of the selected grade 7 learners and teachers in the conduct of the reading intervention program in this new normal? For our findings, Table 3 shows that among the challenges experienced by the respondents, teaching reading in the distance learning is the most challenging, with 40% in the conduct of reading intervention. For our conclusion, teaching reading in the distance learning is the most challenging part in the reading intervention program. For our recommendation, the researchers humbly recommend or suggest the following to address these needs. So 1, daily reading logs for the learners, time schedule for independent reading, providing short reading assignment for learners. And for the last problem, how effective is the reading intervention to the teachers and struggling learners in this new normal? The table 4 indicates that among the given criteria to measure the effectiveness of our reading program, the teachers provide various reading strategies to address the reading difficulty, and learning texts are matched to support learning focus, got the highest weighted mean of 3.1, which means that the respondents are all agree. And with a total average of 2.97, which means that the reading intervention program conducted is effective. The participant rated the reading program as effective based on the given criteria. And for our recommendation, the improvement of the existing reading program, the researcher recommend the application and exploration of the reading strategies to enhance reading competencies of the learners, particularly those that will address the 5 core skills in reading, such as phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension. And for our action plan, these are the following goals or objectives, our activities or intervention, our success indicator, our time frame, and the persons involved. For number 1, to address the reading difficulty of grade 7 learners, our activities here, the teachers will provide instructional reading material with the learner's interest and provision of reward, but not monetary, and motivation to improve the reading habits of these learners. For our success indicator, submission of teachers of the instructional reading materials for assessment and evaluation. This will be year-round, and the teachers, key teachers, and learners are the persons involved. For number 2, to implement the reading strategies to uplift the reading level of the grade 7 learners, our activities here are interventions. The teacher will apply and use different teaching reading strategies, peer coaching and mentoring of reading teachers on the reading strategies. Okay, are the activities presented. And for the success indicator, application of the different reading strategies used in the reading intervention program. And this will be year-round also, and the persons involved are teachers, learners, could be class advisor, parent, or guardian. And for the third objective, we have to address the challenges encountered by the teacher and learners in the distance reading program. Our activity here, or suggested activity, teachers will provide a clear teaching reading plan for the struggling readers. Of course, individual monitoring plan for the struggling readers. Our success indicator, there must be a submission of teaching reading plan for the struggling readers and accomplished monthly monitoring plan for the struggling readers. It will be also year-round, involved we have the teachers and the learners. And for the last, we have to improve the existing reading program or intervention program. Our activity here, we have teachers will explore other reading strategies that will cover the 5 core skills in reading. Our success indicator, submitted lesson guide, WHLP with reading strategies used to uplift the 5 core skills in reading, and also key teacher, head teacher to monitor the conduct and implementation of the reading classes every quarter. So it will be year-round. Who are involved, we have teachers, learners, key teacher, or head teacher. And for our references, here is the list of the references that we've used in our research. That ends our presentation.
Thank you for listening.
Good day, everyone. We are the teacher researchers from Langkaan National High School, and our topic is about the use of differentiated instructions or DI in online distance learning.
I'm Raquel J. Bautista with
Armin A. Enriquez. So differentiated instruction or DI is imposed in the basic education in the K-12 curriculum program. So there is a clear provision for this to address the learning needs, and it is stated in DepEd Order number 31 series of 2012 or the policy guidelines in the implementation of grades 1 to 10 of the K-12 basic education curriculum effective school year 2012-2013. So in this DepEd order, it is commented that in differentiated instruction, content standard should be in broad terms so that on one hand, teachers can differentiate how students will patent their understanding, and at the same time, students can have an option to express their understanding in their own way. So the above mandate challenged Filipino teachers in how to address the individual needs and diversity of students, considering the setup of the education in the Philippines, most especially now that we are in the so-called new normal education system. So because of the challenges brought to us by the COVID-19 pandemic. Pursuant with its legal mandate, DepEd has promulgated issues on flexible learning and materials, so which is stated under DepEd Order number 21 series of 2019 or the policy guidelines on the K-12 basic education program. It sets forth flexible learning options, which includes alternative delivery modes and related learning resources that are responsive to learners' need, context, circumstances, and diversity. So we teachers are used to teach our students face-to-face. But because of this pandemic, so we can only see our students virtually. And with this current setup of classroom instruction, differentiated instructions to many teachers may look very different. Shifting to online distance learning may seem difficult to deal with, especially when it comes to engaging different types of learners. So we all know that our students are not all the same. Given the scenario and the fact that students learn in different ways and different paces, teachers are looking at other ways to adapt their lessons in this new standard to make class time more engaging and more effective. So this research paper offers the use of DI in online distance learning to create conditions suitable for learning in the classroom. Specifically, this study aims to identify the effectiveness of DI in online distance learning. So it answers the following questions. How does differentiated instruction impact students' achievement in online distance learning? So is there a difference between the achievement rate of students in online distance learning and the old normal way of teaching? So what are number 2, what are the effects of DI on the level of students' confidence and self-assurance in an online distance learning? And number 3, what impact will the teacher have if differentiated instruction is implemented in his or her online classrooms? So this research, we use the quantitative research design. So descriptive method is used in this research. So how do we gather our client, our sampling? We use basic random sampling. So the investigation was carried out at Langkaan National High School, which is under the Department of Education. So the population samples in this study were determined using basic random sampling. So the study's participants were chosen randomly from among online distance learning students. So there are 10 respondents from the students and 17 respondents from the teachers. who teach subjects via online distance learning modality. So for our data collection, data and information for this research project were collected over 1 month period from June 17 to July 11. So during which time the participants participated in focus groups. Respondents were provided with a Google link form that directed them to the survey questionnaire in order to complete the survey successfully. So this study examines students' responses to a question about the use of differentiated instructions in online distance learning to determine the effectiveness and challenges of DI in online distance learning modality classrooms for both students and teachers.
The next slide shows the problems, findings, conclusion, and recommendation. The first question in our research, how does differentiated instruction impact the students' achievement in online distance learning? Our findings that students' achievement rates rise regardless of their intelligence quotient level, which is a positive development primarily because they are attempting comprehend and analyze the lesson that the teacher has provided through the use of differentiated instruction. Our conclusion, because of differentiated instruction, it is possible for the student to demonstrate what they know and how they can perform in variety of situations. The recommendation is students should be challenged on a regular basis during their session in order for them to retain and comprehend the lessons. So that is our first problem. The second one is, what are the effects of DI on the level of students' confidence and self-assurance in online distance learning? Our findings, students have a positive attitude towards to the use of differentiated instruction, which increase their confidence in their ability to comprehend more of the lesson. And our conclusion, as a result of the students gain confidence in completing any homework or project from their lesson as a result of the teacher providing differentiated instruction for online distance learning. And then the recommendation was, it is recommended that differentiated instruction be used continuously not only in online distance learning, but all types of learning modality because it instills a strong sense of self-confidence in the students. The third impact, or the third research question, what impact will be the teacher have if differentiated instruction is implemented in online classroom? The findings is the majority of the teachers agree that differentiated instruction should be focused on the key ideas and skills because students readily comprehend the lesson. And our conclusion, teachers who have implemented DI in the classroom believe that as a result of their collaboration with their student, they have met their students' needs. The recommendation is, when it comes to dealing with the demands of the classroom environment, teachers must be aware not all students have the same attitude and ability as others in their class. So as we go on, this slide shows our action plan for our research to the use of differentiated instruction in online distance learning. As you can see, our project name was DILAT, and DILAT stands for Differentiated Instruction Learning Action for Teachers. It will help to prepare and guide teachers in the implementation of differentiated instruction in their classroom on the most effective way. So as you can see, there are 4 objectives that we have. First is to plan the activities for Project DILAT. The activities or the strategy that we have is to plan with key teachers and grade level coordinators. And our human resources is our principal, head teacher, key teachers, and grade level coordinators. We have the time frame September to December of this school year 2021 to 2022. So the second objective was to provide teachers with capacity building in the use of differentiated instruction in ODL and MDL classes. The activities will be through virtual webinar or LAC session with the teachers. And the human resources are principal, head teachers, and teachers. And the time frame was September to December this school year. The third one is to implement the use of differentiated instruction for ODL and MDL. The activity is implementation of differentiated instruction in the classes or to the classes. It will be done with the teachers, and the time frame was year-round. The last objective was to monitor the teachers for using the differentiated instruction for ODL and MDL classes with the activity guided by the classroom observation tool with the human resources principal and head teacher with our material COT form, and the time frame will be year-round. So as our last slide are references of our research document. To summarize, differentiated instruction has proven to be effective not only as educational strategy for the students in face-to-face education, but also in the new normal education setting as general education strategy. Instead, it is a method of teaching an increased diversity of population of students while maintaining high expectation for the achievement of the students, particularly in the midst of pandemic, when learning takes place away from the school and while respecting their learning styles and preference. As described above, the Department of Education implemented various modalities to ensure the students could continue their education, resulting the creation of modular distance learning and online distance learning programs.
Okay, so that ends our presentation for our action research entitled The Use of Differentiated Instructions or DI in Online Distance Learning. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, the title of our research is Challenges Student at Risk Encountered in Online Learning. I'm Marvin Fabregas.
And I am Anlisa Alpisola, and we are from Langkaan National High School.
Pursuant to DepEd Order Number 31, Series of 2020, the DepEd ensures educational continuity in this time of crisis while looking after the health, safety, and well-being of its stakeholders. Our school caters to ODL and MDL modality of distance learning. Students are expected to be proactive in the learning. Along with this, various challenges experienced by our online students that leads them to be included in the list of students at risk. To genuinely know the challenges encountered by the online students at risk, we, the researcher, conducted this online research. For our statement of the problem, we have 5 questions to be answered. 1, how do the students manage their studies? 2, what kind of support do the students receive from their parents? 3, do the students engage in any mobile games or online games? If yes, how many hours and what particular time? 4, what other activities students do during and after the class that hinders them from finishing their school tasks? And lastly, what do the students say or think about the modules in Moodle they are answering? For our methodology, in this study, we use qualitative interview method of research. For our sampling, this study utilized a purposive sampling of students at risk in grade 7 online distance learning modality in Langkaan National High School. And for our data collection, we, the researcher, conducted interviews from 6 online students at risk of grade 7. Then, our presentation of results. So, we have 5 problems and we have 5 to answers and solutions. So, problem number 1, how do you manage your studies? So, our findings, the participant explicitly said that they were doing okay and fine in their studies. They followed the WHMP, yet they were unable to submit their assigned tasks and activities on time. So the participants were unable to submit their activities on time due to lack of time management and other distractions and challenges they have encountered. Then we recommend that in addition to the WHLP that teachers provide to the students, it's better for the students to have their own time table that is based on the WHLP. So the guardian also should know this so that they can easily monitor the learner's study time. The second problem is what kind of support do you receive from your parents? From our findings, most of the participants claim that their parents and guardians supported them by providing school supplies and helping them answer their tasks. But two participants claim that they cannot focus in their study because of the absence of their parents and many household chores to do, like cleaning the house and taking care of younger siblings. So we conclude that the participant parents and guardians were supportive in their study when it comes to material needs. But due to financial struggles, they cannot give full-time support to the participants. So we recommend that parents should have also sufficient knowledge and time in guiding their children and answering their activities, whether during class hours or not. The student also should not be obligated in doing household chores during their class time. Let's make the students feel like they are really in school with nothing else to do but to study and follow teachers' instruction.
For the third problem, are you engaged in any mobile games or online games? If yes, how many hours do you spend playing online games and what particular time you are doing the online games? And we found out that most of the respondents were engaged in online games, if not in social media. They usually allot 2 to 4 hours a day to play online games or in social media during afternoon or at night before they sleep. So we conclude playing online games is the primary distractions that challenges the participants in answering activities. That's why we recommend that the students should be given variety of tasks or household chores by their parents after class hours for continued learning rather than playing online games or social media. Then number 4, what other activities students do during and after class that hinder them from finishing their school tasks? Our findings, the participants mentioned activities like reading comments on Facebook and watching anime. We conclude, aside from household chores and online games, reading comments in Facebook and watching anime hindered the participants in their learning. So we recommend that the guardians should have a copy of the class schedule of their children and monitors the time the student spends in the lesson. They should have finished it before leisure time. Then last problem, what do the students say or think about the modules in Moodle they are answering? So our findings for that, most participants claim that most of the time, Moodle cannot be accessed that led them to forget and unable to submit their activities. The participants also mentioned that the modules were nice and neat, but there are performance tasks and activities instructions that were difficult to understand. For this reason, the activities or the participants opted to ask their older sister, parents, and guardians for help. Then we conclude that the inaccessibility of the LMS Moodle and the unclearness of the instructions in the performance tasks and activities in the modules challenges the participants in their studies. So our recommendation for that, additional servers for the LMS and editing or paraphrasing the instructions and performance tasks in the Moodles. For the students, constant communication to the teacher, and for the teacher, more patience and considerations for the students. And for our action plan, we have 5 goals. Then first goal, to be able to monitor progress, students should have their self-made timetable of their activities. Then activities or interventions, the teacher will give example of the timetable and require students to make their own timetable of activities every quarter. The success indicator, submission of the timetable with indicator whether they completed the task written or not. Then the time frame is year-round. Persons involved are the teachers, learners, and parents or guardians. Then number 2 goal, to conduct webinars, orientation for parents and guardians about guiding their children in the new situation of schooling. So the activities for this problem or for this goal, the teacher will ask the help of the school to conduct webinar or orientation for parents and guardians on parental guidance in this new normal situation. The success indicator, students can submit their work on time because they will be given enough time and guidance of their parents in doing the activities. Time frame is month of September. Then the persons involved, spokesperson, teacher, and parents. Okay, for our number 3 goal, to help parents or guardians to monitor the activities of their son or daughter. So parents should have a copy of timetable made by the students. Then the indicator, the students will submit their output on time. And time frame will be year-round. The persons involved are the parents, guardians, and students. For number 4 goal, additional servers for the elements. Activities or interventions, we're going to request for better server provider. Then the success indicator here, the students will easily access the Moodle. Then the time frame is year-round. The persons involved are Division of Dasmariñas City. Then last goal is editing or paraphrasing the instructions in activities and performance tests in Moodle and module. So the activities or interventions here, we're going to request for the LR coordinator and course creators support in editing, paraphrase the instructions in the Moodle and module. The success indicator, the students will easily understand the instruction in the Moodle and can do the activities correctly. The time frame will be year-round, and the persons involved, division office, LR coordinator, course creators, and key teachers. And for our references, and that would be all. Thank you and mabuhay.
Alright, at dyan nagtatapos ang presentation ng Langkaan 2 National High School. Palakpakan sa mga taga Langkaan National High School. Nandito pa rin ba sila? Mag-virtual clap nga sa chat box natin ang mga taga Langkaan 2 National High School sa pangunguna po ng kanilang magiting, masipag, at kapitapitagan na yan na Principal Mambaysan. Alright, congratulations to all of you. Ayan, no, lumalabas nga daw na ang online games, social media ang nagkakaroon ng distraction sa mga bata, yung kanilang attention, yung kanilang focus. Kaya maganda rin yung sa recommendation nila, no? Talaga nakakatulong ang research na ito. Tandaan, hindi lamang ang Cluster 2, mga paaralan sa Cluster 2 ang nakikinig dito para sa mga recommendation sa maaaring i-apply nila sa kanilang paaralan, kundi may mga iba't ibang paaralan din sa ibang division na nakikinig, nakatutok. Hindi lamang para sa GCash, syempre, kundi para sa mga recommendations na ating ibinabahagi. Alright, congratulations to all of you. And we're down to the last presenter. Pero bago po yan, or presenters, bago po yan, magkakaroon muna tayo ulit ng GCash. Sino kaya ang sunod na mananalo? This time, we will be giving twice na GCash, no? Doble sa pinamimigay kanina para sa question na ito. Kung talagang nakikinig kayo sa mga sessions kanina. Alright? Get ready? Pa-okay naman po ulit sa chat box kung ready na ang ating mga keyboard warriors for another prize na GCash. Alright? And while we are waiting, if you are ready, you're still with us sa Cluster 2 Research Plenum with the theme Distance Education and Beyond. Napapanood tayo or pinapanood nyo kami, dalawa na yan, sa YouTube live stream at sa Facebook live. Okay, yan. Si Sir Dale, nag-okay na, ready na. Mukhang handang-handa na si Sir Dale sa GCash natin. Doble ito, ha? Nako, mukhang merong nakakaramdam ng tanong. Alright, ready? Ready na ang Vicente P. Villanueva. Bago sila mag-present, ang katanungan ay, ano ang ibig sabihin ng Project Dilat? Kompleto, ha? Ano ang ibig sabihin ng Project Dilat? Ayan, habang nagtatype, muli congratulations at maraming salamat sa ating Public School District Supervisor, Dr. John Nepomuceno. Siyempre sa ating Education Program Specialist ng ALS at Kinder. Siyempre ang Parent Supervisor ng Cluster 2, Ma'am Tess Manicio. At siyempre sa HEPE ng Curriculum Implementation Division, ang ninang, Dr. Gemma G. Cortez. Alright. Nako, mukhang nag-re-rewind yung iba. Ano daw ang project nila? Oh, yan. Ano ang project nila? Siyempre, exempted na yung yung presenter kanina na nag-present ng project nila. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng project nila? Dobleng GCash ang inyong mapapanalunan. So, please, type in your answer sa ating chat box. May nakita na ba ako? Alright, meron na akong nakita. Ang unang nag-appear sa akin sa screen ay from Renante Salimbao. Charot. Alright. Ang unang nag-appear, nako, mukhang meron pa. Tama. Maraming salamat sa pag-review from DTI. DTI representative. Ayan. Ang nanalo, Ma'am Ami San Pera, Differentiated Instructions, Learning Action for Teachers. Ma'am Pera, pa-SS na lang po. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yours na ang dobleng GCash. Ma'am Pera, please PM me sa aking messenger para po, pati yung number ninyo, para po mabigay ang inyong GCash. Congratulations, Ma'am Pera, at talagang focus kayo sa pakikinig kanina. Alright. Muli maraming salamat sa Langkaan to National High School. At sabi ko nga kanina, we're down to the last school na magpe-present. I believe there are 3 presenters, okay? Or 3 topics. Pero syempre, 6 na presenters yan, no? 30 topic ang kanilang, or title, ang kanilang ipe-present ngayon, hapon. Alright, please stay tuned para po sa ating awarding ceremony ng ating mga oral presenters. At syempre, sino ang nanalo? Best paper, tsaka best oral presenters. Alright? So abangan yan mamaya. Ang mga taga Langkaan 2 National High School ba? Ang mga taga Langkaan Elementary School? Ang mga taga Humayaw Elementary School ba? Ang mga nag-cheer kanina na taga Edilberto S. Legazpi? O ang huling magpe-present na paaralan, ang Vicente P. Villanueva? Muli, narito sila.
Assessment of pupils' performance and learning is very essential in the teaching-learning process. However, there are several challenges occur in assessment of pupils' performance in distance learning, modular, and online distance learning. I am Rona Rose B. Remoto.
This study aimed to determine the challenges and effective practices of the teachers in assessment of pupils' learning in distance learning. I am Rita V. Bustamante. We are the researchers from Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School. Assessment of pupils' performance in the distance learning challenges and effective practices.
As stated in DepEd Order Number 31 Series 2020, the Interim Policy Guidelines for Assessment and Grading in light of the Basic Education Learning Continuity Plan or BELCP, it is necessary to utilize alternative tools and strategies for assessing and supporting distance learning while avoiding creating undue pressure on the teachers, learners, and their families. This policy provides guidance on the assessment of student learning and on the grading scheme to be adopted this school year. It is expected for schools to implement different assessment strategies and practices that will most meaningfully support learner development and respond to varied contexts at this time. Compared to the 2019-2020 total enrollment of 27.77 million students, however, the 2020-2021 school year enrollment is only at 90.16% of the previous year's enrollment. They have already enrolled in basic education, which offered various learning modalities such as modular distance learning or MDL and online distance learning or ODL in both public and private schools nationwide. As these new modes of instructions become more prevalent during pandemic, it is important to study the design and teaching of distance learning modalities, identifying challenges teachers face, and highlighting effective practices they have developed in this environment. Thus, this study focuses on such challenges and practices in the assessment of pupils' performance among a group of teachers teaching distance learning. This research aims to determine the challenges and effective practices of the teachers in assessment of pupils' performance in distance learning, specifically first, what methods of assessment are being used in performance tests of K-3 learners amid pandemic? Next, what challenges do teachers face in creating and implementing assessment for distance learning? And what assessment practices have been used in distance learning that have been particularly effective? To address these research questions, this study employed the qualitative research design and utilized a purposive sampling where the researchers wanted to gain detailed knowledge about a specific phenomenon and the population is very small and specific which composed of K-3 MDL and ODL teachers. Lesson guide and interview is being utilized as data collection.
After in-depth interview with the teachers in which graded assessments were recorded for each of the quarter, there are three categories identified in this phase. One, written output. This category encompasses assignments like essay, formal writing, and rubrics. Two, online assessment. Assessment in this category includes any data-driven assessment application like Visit, Kahoots, Google Form, and the likes. Three, with an exam. In this group, the traditional assessment composed of paper and pen, formative and summative tests in traditional method. The most frequently used assessment by the ODL and MDL teachers was the written output with 8 or 100% teachers. Online assessment was used by 4 or 100% online teachers and 1 or 25% modular teachers as an assessment method for most online assessment was conducted during the synchronous class through the Google Meet, such as Kahoot quizzes, Padlets, and well as the Google Form. Generally, the discussion was initiated by a set of questions posed by the teacher. The written exam category encompasses additional tests and quizzes. 4 or 100% of the MDL teachers use the type of assessment, while no or 0% ODL teachers use to this type of assessment because they are more on electronic or online assessment or submission. The challenges that concerns appear to cut across all three of the assessment categories mentioned. 1. Academic conduct such as cheating during examination, parental coaching during online assessment, parents or guardian who accomplish the module themselves, and the availability of the key to correction in the module. Number 2, commitment to submit output such as late submission of the output and conflict on schedule of distribution and retrieval of output. 3, technology adaptation such as lack of communication with parents, adaptations resulting from the necessity of using technology for communicating with pupils and utilizing technology in teaching and learning process. 4, physical distance between the teacher and the pupils in general. The participants in the study felt more care must be in online courses to offer specific kinds of instructions and feedbacks. What assessment practices have been used in distance learnings that have been particularly effective? All the learning activities and performance tasks, as well as the authentic assessment developed, should be aligned with the most essential learning competencies, or MELC. Use a protective-based, project-based assessments which produce a single substantial piece of work that assess across multiple criteria as opposed to just one or two. B, learning journals which students work regularly about their own learning will provide teachers with constant source of formative assessment. C, portfolios are also a perfect assessment tool for distance education. D, rubrics help ensure teachers are grading fairly and consistently from assessment to assessment and student to student. Deconstruct the learning activities and performance tasks into smaller, interim deliverables, thus affording the teachers multiple points at which to assess the students developing mastery and supply appropriate feedback. Leverage use of synchronous technologies as and when appropriate, whether the means is through Google Meeting or audio lessons, and even text, chat, or video call. The issue is of distance can be closed by receiving live feedback.
Based on the salient findings of the study, the following conclusions were drawn. The methods of assessment are written output, online assessment, and written exam. The challenges are first, academic misconduct, commitment to submit output, technology adaptation, and physical distance between the teacher and the pupils. The recommendations are all the learning activities and performance tasks as well as the authentic assessment developed should be aligned in most essential learning competencies or MELC. Second, use project-based assessment, learning journals, portfolios, and rubrics. Deconstruct the learning activities and performance tasks into smaller interim deliverables. Fourth, leverage use of synchronous technologies. And lastly, ask help to some stakeholders like barangay officials and GPTA officers for the better communication with the parents and the learners. Again, this is Rona Rose B. Remoto
and Anita V. Bustamante
for assessment of pupils' performance in distance learning, challenges, and effective practices.
Good day, everyone. I am Servoy Ocadavedo. And I'm Mrs. Angelita C. Ernie.
From Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School.
And here is our action research entitled Improving the Output Submission of Online Distance Learners Through Self-Monitoring Progress Chart. Distance education brought many challenges to students and teachers. Regardless of numerous training and webinars attended, there are external factors that affect the teaching-learning process. One of these factors is improving the output submission of learners, specifically from online distance learning delivery modality. Pursuant to Department Memorandum CI 2020-00162 on the policy guidelines on the implementation of learning delivery modalities for the formal education, schools are advised to follow the suggested strategies in implementing and managing distance learning delivery modalities for school year 2020-2021. One mode to monitor learners' progress is through Individual Learning Monitoring Plan, or ILMP. However, the provision of ILMP is not enough, as 89% of grade 6 online distance learners were not able to submit all the required outputs for second quarter. Given the scenario, it is time to encourage learners in their schooling. The strategy of tracking student progress on specific goals is well supported. When students track their own progress on assessments using graphic displays, the gains are even higher, by R.J. Marzano, 2010. Teachers can empower their students to track their own progress by offering them progress charts. Hence, utilizing a self-monitoring progress chart that shows the complete and incomplete tasks of students might have effects improving the output submission of learners. This paper research offers the use of self-monitoring progress charts as tool in improving the output submission of 6th grade online distance learners. This research is specifically wanted to 1. Determine the effectiveness of self-monitoring progress charts as tool in improving the output submission of online distance learners. 2. Ascertain the effect or effects of utilizing self-monitoring progress charts to online distance learners.
This study focused on utilizing a self-monitoring progress chart to improve the output submission of learners in third quarter. The outputs came from mathematics, TLE, edukasyon sa pagpapakatao, and MAPE, which are assigned subjects to one of the researchers. Other factors that might affect the respondents' performance and behavior, such as family problems, child care, economic status, gender, and the like, are beyond the scope of this study. So for our research design, the researchers used action research design. The essentials of action research design follow a characteristic cycle whereby initially an exploratory stance is adopted, where an understanding of a problem is developed and plans are made for some form of interventionary strategy. For our sampling, this research used the purposive sampling. The target population for this study are grade 6 learners from the school year 2020-2021 under the online distance learning or ODL modality. And based on the records on the Learner Information System or LIS, a total of 36 ODL learners are enrolled in the school. For the data collection, a self-monitoring progress chart for third quarter was used in the study. The researchers compared the number of learners submitted outputs from the second and third quarter. And lastly, for the data analysis, percentage was used to present the number of submitted outputs compared to the number of required outputs from the second and third quarter. And then t-test was used to determine if there is a significant difference between the two quarters. After gathering all the necessary data, the study revealed that out of 36 respondents, 32 of them, or 89%, showed increase and consistency in submitting outputs. Moreover, student 14 has exhibited the greatest increase in percentage of output submission from 16% in second quarter to 100% in third quarter. And then to answer our objective number 2, the main effect of utilizing self-monitoring progress chart to the respondents was it improved the output submission of online distance learners because of the increased number of submitted outputs. Moreover, as observed by the teacher researcher, it also helped the learners to become responsible and independent in tracking their own progress and checking all their submitted and missed outputs. So from the findings of the study, the following are hereby recommended by the researchers as part of the action plan. So for our program, improving the output submission of distance learners through self-monitoring progress chart. And here are the following activities. First is to institutionalize the use of self-monitoring progress chart and conduct the same study across all grade levels with the different subjects and different learning delivery modality for a larger sample size. This will be conducted between September 2021 until May 2022. And the persons involved are the following: the school head, teachers, parents, and the learners. And the expected outputs are the following: increased number of submitted outputs and action research. Another activity would be to hold a learning action cell for teachers and of course for parents on the importance of self-monitoring progress to learners and their children. This will be conducted before the opening of classes for school year 2021-2022. The persons involved are the school head, teachers, and of course, the parents. And the output would be a school lock session and parent lock session. Here are the references of our research. Once again, I am Sir Voy Cadabedo.
And I'm Mrs. Angelita C. Ernie
from Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School.
And thank you for listening.
Good day, everyone. Hi, I am Mr. Josepino S. Diloy of Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School. Mrs. Micaela L. Salazar and I will present to you an action research entitled Experiences of Teachers in the Distribution of Modules During Pandemic. The introduction, research questions, and methodology will present to you by yours truly, and the remaining parts will be presented by Mrs. Micaela L. Salazar, Teacher 3 of Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School. In pursuant to the Division Unnumbered Memorandum dated April 16, 2021, postponement of distribution of self-learning modules, schools are advised to use other means of distribution via online, messenger, text messaging, phone calls, or email. The memo clearly stated the use of online platform is encouraged as other way of SLMS distribution for learners. Online platforms are expected to be used by the teachers. Every day is a chance for learning, and every day is a new beginning. As we fight our way through this pandemic, we have encountered difficulties, and barriers that hinders us to provide the quality of education that our students needs. One of which is the experiences that we have run into the distribution of modules during pandemic. Distributing the modules to be easy, but it doesn't seem to go that way. The parents of the students have occupations that conflict with the time of distribution, in which some of them are ahead of time or either late. Some are a day or a week behind. This problem may seem to be little, but if we take things seriously, because most of the parents are disappointed and they easily get angry for the things that do not go the way they wanted to. We will try our best in understanding the situation in this time of pandemic, but we would like to request for the utmost understanding and appreciation in this difficulty that we are facing. Research questions. In this study, 3 questions were raised. Number 1, what challenges do teachers encounter in distributing modules to modular distance learning or MDL? Number 2, what are the factors that affect the preference of the teachers in the mode of module distribution? And number 3, what online applications could help teachers in module distribution easier? In methodology, we have the design and sampling. Design. We use the qualitative research design. The qualitative data was based on the interview responses from the participants. In sampling, purposive sampling was used. 10 selected teachers from different grade level of Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial Schools was interviewed. In interview, selected participants was interviewed to determine the factors that affect their performance in terms of the mode of module distribution. The next part, or the remaining part of this study, will be presented to you by Mrs. Micaela Salazar. Again, thank you.
What are the findings and conclusions? The first problem is problem in distribution of modules. The findings on this problem are most of the respondents includes feeling paranoid due to COVID-19. Because if a certain parent talks to someone who is sick or not feeling well, it would possibly be COVID virus. With this, some teachers tend to move away to parents instead of talking to them. Time conflict to parents' work and schedule distribution. With the new setup being implemented by the Department of Education, the participants experience pressure and challenges in a modular-based instruction. As experienced by most of the respondents, they always do what they can do to help resolve a certain problem. With the recommendation that due to certain demands, most teachers adjust their own schedule just to reach out with every single parent, even if it means that they will stay at the school for another hour or hours just for the parents to give the module. Certainly, the teachers aren't just thinking about themselves, but as well as their family members, for they don't know if the parents they talk to don't really have COVID. Next problem is factors that affect the preferences of the teachers in the mode of module distribution. The number 1 factor is the availability of the SLMs or the self-learning modules. So teachers need to prepare the learning activity sheets and reproduce them for the students. Second, conflict of schedule distribution, scheduled webinars, and work of parents. We need the GPTA officers for they know more about the certain parents and family. So as the researcher, we concluded that both parents and teachers need to be united in order for the students to finish the school year without having certain problems with their modules and how they can understand the topics. With that, we recommend that schools can achieve higher levels of teachers' effectiveness by empowering them through a shared and clear understanding of core instructional materials, leveraging several kinds of assessment to build profiles of students' ability, and informing instructional priorities using some online applications. Last problem is ways to make distribution easier. The findings on this problem is that all respondents used Facebook Messenger in the distribution of modules in times that physical reporting is not allowed. With these findings, Facebook Messenger, email, or any applications that can be utilized to help ease the burden of teachers in the distribution of modules is highly recommended. In the light of the findings and conclusions, the following offered as recommendations for possible actions. Number 1. All stakeholders, specifically teachers and parents, need to work together in the distribution of modules for a better result. Number 2. The school management itself needs to cooperate with the teachers for scheduling the distribution and returning of modules. And number 3, using online platforms can help teachers and parents distributing and returning of modules. Number 4, strictly follow the health protocols prepared by IETF all the time in order for us or for the teachers and parents to feel safe. And number 5, the future researcher can improve the study by obtaining the students, teachers, and parents' perception on the distribution of modules instead of focusing solely on the teacher's perception. They can also study other topics such as the other aspects of teaching that they want to explore aside from distribution of modules. These are the different references that help the researchers in this research. Again, this is Micaela Salazar saying thank you and God bless us all.
Ayan, at natapos na ang huling paaralang nagbigay ng kanilang research topic. Ayan, ang Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School. Palakpakan po ang lahat na nag-present ngayong araw na ito. At ngayon, iimbitahan po natin ang ating Doc John Nepomuceno, ang ating PSDS for Cluster 2, ang EPS, Ma'am Tess Manicio, at ang ating mga school heads na nandirito pa. Pa-open ang ating camera. Ayan. Maraming salamat sa lahat. And now, the moment na talagang pinakahihintay natin. Ma'am Tess, nandirito na. Doc John. Yan. Tignan natin kung magkakasya pa tayo sa screen. Ayan, nagkasya naman. Inaantay lang natin si Ma'am Baisan. Ayan, congratulations po, palakpakan sa ating mga school heads, sa inyong mga magigiting na presenters sa inyong paaralan. Okay, and we are now down to the awarding ceremony of our oral presenters at ang mga mananalo. Diyan kayo excited no? Hindi natin patatagalin pa. Let us now have the awarding ceremony. Alright, parang nakabitaw si Doc John. Mukhang nawala ng internet connection. Doc John, are you still there? Ayan. Alright. Nandirito po ang ating mga district research plenum judges from Dasmariñas North National High School, Teacher 3, ang research focal person po, Mark Rafael M. Arasga. Kasama rin po natin from Dasmariñas East Integrated High School, Master Teacher 1. Ayan, research focal person din po, Mr. Jomar R. Rapata. Mine ng Venus flytrap. Yours na po. Alright. So, inaantay lang natin si Doc Jan na mag-connect uli. Ayan na, Doc Jan. Ayan, sa wakas, nandirito ka uli. Ayan, shall we proceed now? So, ang una nating award ay ang Best Oral Presenter category. I-shoutout nga po kung sino talaga ang Best Oral Presenter natin sa araw na ito. The Best Oral Presenter category goes to ang 5th place po, Victor Mora and Rona Cabando from Langkaan Elementary School with the title Enhancing English Language Learners' Motivation Through Online Games. Ayan! 5th place. Next, 4th place goes to Dondale L. Purificacion and Lovelyn J. Tan from Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School with the title Proposed Guidelines for Secondary School Canteen Management in the Post-Pandemic School Operations. 3rd place goes to Nenelet M. Pascual and Candy Hazel S. Kylo ng Edilberto at Raquel Ann J. Bautista and Armin A. Enriquez ng Langkaan 2 National High School. Nakikita ang ngiti ni Ma'am Baysan. 2nd place, Sir Boy O. Cadavedo and Angelita C. Ernie ng Vicente P. Villanueva Memorial School. Alright, and the 1st place goes to Julianita J. Bang, John Michael G. Lucas ng Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. Alright, congratulations. Nawawala ang aking cursor. Let's go to the Best Research Paper category. Ma'am Tess, kaway-kaway! Ayan, at naririnig naman ako. Best Research Paper category goes to 5th place, Dean A. Baliton and Rosany O. Liwag ng Edilberto. Yan, nakikita po kayo sa screen sa ating mga principal, so palakpakan. Ayan. 4th place, Nanita V. Bustamante and Rona Rose B. Remoto from Vicente P. Villanueva. 3rd place for the best paper. Ayan, kung A4 ba to? Alright. 3rd place goes to Dondale L. Purificacion and Lovelyn J. Tan ng Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School. Congratulations! Palakpakan po! Ayan, nakabalik na si Ma'am Bay. 2nd place. Sino kaya ang 2nd place? Don Michael G. Lucas and Julianita J. Bang ng Edilberto na may title na Unveiling Student Social Issues for the Non-Submission of Learning Activity Sheets or LAS. Wow! Takot award nga, no? At ang first place sa best paper ay mapupunta sa sino nga? Candy, Hazel S. Kylo, and Nenelet M. Pascual ng Edilberto S. Legazpi Integrated High School na may paper title na Scaffolding Technique, a way to improve online distance learning students' response to open-ended questions. Wow! Congratulations to all of you. Ayan, yan po ang ating mga nanalo sa ating research plan. And we shall award the certificate to our oral presenters. Kamusta naman po sa ating mga school heads habang nagpo-pull out ako ng slide? Doc Jan, ano pakiramdam na nakikita tayo sa buong Pilipinas?
Sanay naman na. Hindi. I'm so happy kasi actually yung awards na yun ay ano lang yun, parang bonus lang yun. At the top of the activity or the output na ginawa nila, may award lang tayo, no? Pero dagdag rin sa recognition para sa mga teachers natin yun. Yan.
At saka ang importante dito, Doc Jan, lahat ng mga laman ng kanilang research ay makakatulong sa buong division at sa mga ibang division na nakikinig, no? Very meaty ng kanilang pinresent. At syempre nga, lagi kong sinasabi na ito ay para sa continuous improvement. Para sa certificate ng ating mga
oral. Natin ang ganda ng mga presentations nila. Ganda, very good.
Correct. Very timely, no? Ayan. For our certificate of recognition to our oral presenters, let me read the citation. Republic of the Philippines Department of Education, Region 4A, Calabarzon, Certificate of Recognition. This certificate is awarded to the following presenters for being the presenter during the District Research Plenum with the research title conducted by the Department of Education City Schools Division of Dasmariñas through Cluster 2 on August 20th, 2021 via Facebook and YouTube Live. Given this 20th day of August 2021 at the City Schools Division of Dasmariñas. Signed by our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Officer in Charge, Office of Schools Division Superintendent, Mr. Raimundo M. Cantonos, Cecil 6. Alright, palakpakan po ulit. Ang palakpakan po ng ating mga principals ang nagpapakita ng saya, no, sa ating mga hawak na teachers, mga oral presenters. Unahin natin ng mabilisan, Mark Joseph M. Villanueva, Liza P. Alquisola, Raquel Ann J. Bautista, Jocelyn A. Albores, pa-SS na lang ha, sa ating mga presenters, Melanie Baluz Arasain, Melinda M. Modesto, Rona Rose B. Remoto, Charisma, tama po ba? Kathleen F. Pabic, Melissa Lynn A. Ladisla, Lianita J. Bang, Andy Hazel S. Kylo, Dean A. Baliton, John Dale L. Purificacion, Vicente D. Revota, Sir Boy O. Cadavedo, Micaela L. Salazar, Victor R. Mora, Lalaine D. Cozo, Erica D. Dominguez, Christina B. Bandoy, Melanie E. Menjola, Marilyn M. Valdez, Rosalinda B. Esteban, Adeline C. Dalima, Marwin L. Fabregas, Armin A. Enriquez, Remelin M. Matiban, Romelo R. Botastas, Maren Hill D. Alvis, Nonita B. Bustamante, Agnes D. Nugit, Dean D. Santa Cruz, John Michael G. Lucas, Nenelat M. Pascual, Rosany Oliwan, Loveline J. Tang, Aikin T. Remalante, Angelita C. Ernie, Josepinos S. Diloy, Rona T. Cabando, Janet O. Codog, Dalia A. Pallejo, Eileen D. Huerto, Sharon F. Padingana, Mitzi Nazarene G. Octaviano, Rosana R. Remulla. Alright, palakpakan po sa ating mga oral presenters. Congratulations to all of you. Your certificate of recognition and also your certificate of participation will be emailed to you sa inyong DepEd email account. So no worries na po, hindi nyo na kailangan manghingi pa sa HRD ng certificate. Yan po ay legit, yan po ay may QR code sa division. Congratulations! For the closing message, andito po ang isang sponsor sa ating GCash. Maraming salamat, Ma'am Tess, sa pag-sponsor ng GCash. Alright? Yung mga hindi pa po nag-send ng kanilang SS screenshot, paki-send na po dahil na-expire po yan. Closing message, the Education Program Supervisor of Kindergarten and Alternative Learning System, here is Ma'am Marites or Miss Marites O. Manisha.
Thank you so much, Sir Ren. Grabe. Isang makabuluhang hapon muli sa ating lahat, sa mga manonood, Luzon, Visayas at Mindanao. Sa aking mga kasama sa Cluster 2, Doc Jane Pomoseno, talaga. Sa mga punong guro, syempre sa ating magagaling na researchers. Congratulations po sa ating lahat. Tunay po na naging napaka-productive ang araw na ito at inyo pong napatunayan ang kahalagahan ng research. Siyempre, sabi nga po ni Sir Ren, for continuous improvement para ibigay ang buong pusong serbisyo, makita ang posibleng solusyon sa problema. Lalo na po ngayong pandemic. Sabi ko nga po kanina, napaka-relevant, timely. Napapanahon po talaga ang mga researches na pinresent nyo po. Marami po tayong adjustment na ginagawa dahil nga po sa pandemic. Ang mga research na ito, katulad ng mag-ano ko ng isa, wag pong tampo yung iba, yung online visitation. Siyempre, yung ODL, MDL, yung FX, yung isa na ano ba yung dahilan bakit hindi nakakapagpasa ng last, okay? So talagang napaka-relevant. So yung ating open communication sa ating mga parents, sa ating guardian to support the learning of our students. At the end of the day, talagang sa mga learners po naman talaga ang ating puso. Ano po? Mahalaga din ang suporta nating mga guro at ang ating mga school heads. Yan. Talagang nakita ko talaga ang suporta ng ating mga school head. So, talagang ang galing-galing po. Talagang muli po, isang saludo po. Yan, kanan. Isang saludo po sa lahat. At binabati ko po kayo sa tagumpay na ito. Ano po? Manatili po tayong ligtas at maraming salamat and congratulations to everyone.
Here's another closing message from our Public Schools District Supervisor. Here is Dr. Don G. Nepomuceno.
Good afternoon. Good evening na, no? 5:31. Good evening, everyone. Sa mga bumubuo po ng Cluster 2, maraming salamat, Ma'am Tess, sa support. Actually, si Ma'am Tess nag-provide din nag-sponsor para sa GCash. Yung mga kasama ko, 5 principal. Si Ma'am Bay, si Ma'am Ru, si Ma'am She, si Ma'am Marian, si Sir Vince. Maraming salamat sa suporta. At lalong higit sa mga 46 teachers na nagtiyaga for 2 months na magtrabaho every week na meron output. So this is the culmination of your hard work. Maraming salamat kasi at the end of the day, imagine you have already your paper, meron ka ng research, meron ka nag-present ka na at nanalo ka pa. Okay. Another thing, nagpapasalamat din ako kay sa dalawang judges natin, no? Hindi madaling mag-judge, lalo na magbabasa sila at manonood sa mga ginawa nating video. Kay Sir Mark Rafael Arasga ng Dasmariñas North National High School at saka kay Sir Jomar Rapatan, maraming salamat sa pagbabasa ng mga documents or ng mga manuscript ng mga researchers natin. Sa mga ICT coordinator, sila yung nag-intindi para makapag-provide ng magandang video ang mga teachers natin. Sa mga research coordinators natin, maraming salamat kasi sila yung naging way natin para mabigay yung mga information para sa mga teachers. And of course, learning and development focal persons ng bawat school, sila nag-aayos ng mga documents natin para maganap natin itong research conference na to. Meaning, yung success ng ating research conference tonight ay is a culmination of or parang a contribution of all people in Cluster 2. And of course, Sir Rent. Sir Rent, maraming salamat. Sir Rent, gabi na, natulog kagabi. Tapos, late na siya, early morning na naman kanina, nag-uusap pa kami. And of course, sa mga bosses natin sa division office, Sir Manny, Ma'am Jem, na early morning nagbigay ng message, si Ma'am Badet, and of course, SDS Canton Host na pumayag na gamitin ang kanyang signature para sa inyong mga certificates. Maraming salamat. And of course, sa mga nanood na mga teachers from Cluster 2, from Clusters 1 to 10. And of course, nagpapasalamat din ako personally, nagpapasalamat ako sa mga teachers na nanood from Luzon hanggang Mindanao. Umabot tayo hanggang Cotabato. Maraming salamat po. At sana po, ang takeaway natin dito ay nagkaroon tayo ng idea kung paano natin tutugunan yung mga challenges sa mga susunod na panahon given na tayo ay nasa pandemic. At maraming salamat po sa ating lahat. And of course, God bless us all. Sir Rent?
Alright, maraming salamat Doc Jan at sa ating mga principal na nandirito pa rin. Hindi bumibitaw at nakinig, sumuporta sa ating mga presenters. Kaway-kaway nga po, ayan. Teka, parang kulang. Di ba 5 kayo? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sino ang kulang?
Si Sir Vincent, runaway winner, nagpapa-buffet na daw.
Oo, hinakot niya ba? Muli, maraming salamat, Ma'am Sherry Rodriguez, Ma'am Marian Lumeda, Ma'am Bay Alcaide, Ma'am Baisan, marami pong salamat sa inyong support. Hindi magiging matagumpay ang kanilang mga researches kung wala kayo. Alright? Let us now officially close our program with a closing prayer to be led by Ma'am Sherry Rodriguez.
Shall we bow our heads and close our eyes for our closing prayer? Let's pray. Our most gracious and loving Heavenly Father, the source of greatest wisdom, the fount of intelligence, yet the master teacher who honors our hard work. We are closing the celebration of the success of our teachers who ventured in research. These are the teachers who, despite the challenges of exacting the work pressed on, who braved the dangers of the pandemic until they could do the research and help introduce the betterment in the teaching world. May our awardees remember that all good things come from you. Help them to bring back the honor and glory to you. All this in the commitment that they will bless their learners with the patience of hard work and fresh insights that will better knowledge. Please continue to bless the leadership of the City Schools Division of Dasmariñas. Also, our leaders in Cluster 2, Dr. John G. Nepomuceno and Mrs. Marites O. Manicio, who initiated this activity. Thank you for the God you are to us. Please bless us all
and our respective families with your constant guidance and protection. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen.
Amen. All right. At dyan po nagtatapos ang ating Cluster 2 Research Plenum with the theme Distance Education and Beyond. Maraming salamat po sa lahat sa mga school heads, presenters. Bye-bye! Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Sir Ren.
Thank you, Sir Ren. Thank you.
Hindi napapansin, minsan tuloy iniisip ko kung may mararating. Di ka artistahin, di ka putian, galit sa mga naturingang tinitingala ko. Kaibigan ka mo, pero sa likod ko'y pinagsasabihan ako. Pangit ang badoy sa'yo'y wala nang bago. Pag lumabag ka sa TV, malamang ay matatalo. Gusto ko lang umawit kahit minsan sintonado, abutin mga pangarap kahit di pa sigurado. Pag may lagi kumagato, lalong natutubo. Ngunit dahil doon ay lalo nag-iinit na sumubok. Kahit anong bulat, pintas ang lumabas sa kanilang bibig. Di manggagamba, di patatala, di makikinig sa mga sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Di manggagamba, di patatala, di makikinig sa mga sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Sabi-sabi. Kumandanak na maya, pumorma ng maayos. Sulit ang kinayot, pinagod at pinasok. Pinagbuti ang ensayo na hindi na sumasabit sa tuwing nagtatanghal kahit ano pang ipaawit. Buo na ang loob sa pag-akyat ng entablado. Ngayon di na pinag-uusapan aking pagkatalo. Pinalad na rin akong makapagtanggal sa TV. Pagkasusunod na buwan ay maglabas na ako ng CD. Kahit na papano meron lang napatunayan. Pero sabi ko sa'yo, hindi lahat magagawa yan. Kung hindi dahil sa sabi-sabi nyo sa'kin noon, na ginamit kong sandata kung paano na ako ngayon. Minsan di kukusad kung wala kang tinutulak. Ang lakas di masusukat kung wala kang pinukuha. Salamat sa gumatong, salamat sa tumubo. Nalampasan ko na inyong pagsubok. Kahit ano ang bulat, pintas ang lumabas kanilang bibig. Di manggagamba, di patatala, di makikinig sa mga sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Di manggagamba, di patatala, di makikinig sa mga sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Sabi-sabi. Di ko mabibig, palampasin mo lang, wag kang makikinig. Bibig lang ang mata. Di ko mabibig, palampasin mo lang, wag kang makikinig. Sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Di manggagamba, di patatala, di makikinig sa mga sabi-sabi, sabi-sabi. Sabi-sabi.